We're here for the cult stuff. I don't know, just having fun hitting all the buttons. What's up, everyone? Or not. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the official Action RPG live stream. My name is Aaron, owner and operator of the YouTube channel Action RPG. And what you see on the screen right now is my test. Guilty. I'm actually happy you're here. I've got the Blitzathon new menu. I redid it again last night. I feel like spacing and everything looks very legible. I got the new clock all set up. I got the cameras and everything in the right spot. Just again for the test for Friday's event. What do you think? What a joker. I got the new fence cam. I got the higher res camera set up. So it looks really good. You notice we did another pass at the fence to get crap off of it. And what do you see hanging from the fence? Ready to see that 2-3 day event? I think it'll be 5 day. I think it'll be 5. Lights! He has to go out at night. I don't even know if the lights will show up still because the sensor's so small, but yeah, we got some string lights on the fence. It's actually funny, we did some weeding. It looks way better than it did. We still need to do more. Yeah, we got some string lights set up. Fence has been cleaned. It's actually funny, when I was like working on the fence cam this morning, a squirrel ran by. I was like, oh man, I wish I was live right now. Squirrel ran by. Anyways, fence is looking good. Scenes are looking good. Look, a squirrel. That poor fence has seen some things. Duh. Minions looking good. Yeah. I think we're ready. Well, I gotta like actually set up the tarp on the fence, and I gotta do the intro video for the event. But other than that, I feel pretty good. We've already tested the clock and the stat checking for it. All the scenes are good. So yeah. I think we're ready to go. All right, I don't want anybody confused, so I'm going to remove the clock. And I'm going to remove you and you. Well, the new passive tree is in PoE2. I saw it. All the companion nodes are opposite of the minion nodes. I saw it. Where'd the clock go? Don't start. Don't do that. This is a test scene. It's a test scene. It's not. I think with my late start, I'm going to follow a build guide this season. Yeah. You're going to do Plant Daddy, right? Aaron's baiting us right now. Panic. I get to play Friday night, and that will be it. I think the season stops, well, at least for me, 2 p.m. It's like later Friday. I think the new season starts the exact same time, like to the minute, of the last Epoch dev stream. I'm changing to Monk. Never played it. Yeah. Yeah, Mountain Time, it's 2 p.m. I would guess they're going to cancel the dev stream. They normally cancel the dev stream if it's the same time as a launch of another game. But I don't know. We will see. If anything, the dev stream might actually be good, because if the servers are destroyed, we'll have something to watch while we're waiting for the servers to work. So I guess that's something. Yeah. Yeah, I was looking at it this morning. Get out of here, clock. Why is there Guys, there's not supposed to be a clock on every screen. Get out of here. All right, that clock's gone too. Sorry, I'm not an anti-clockite. Poor clock. Free weekend plus 50% off early access dead servers. Dude, somebody reached out to me and said, hey, Aaron, do you think they're giving 50% off PoE because this is the last early access update and the game's about to be free So they want to squeeze as much revenue as possible out of it. And it's like, duh. Duh. Yes. 100%. Well, duh. Yes, yes. Duh. Aaron is such a tease. What? The tree was actually posted by them, but it was an error. They removed it a minute after. We have the tree. Yeah. Hey, Luz. Duh. No, why would a business try to make money? They even confirmed that it's the last big update until ExileCon. Yeah, this is the last basically league season until we get 1.0. At 1.0, the game goes free to play. So when you want to talk about being extremely smart on the business sense, give them a free weekend and give them half off. So we can get as many paid players as humanly possible before the game goes free. It's really smart. It's really smart. Okay. So on here, these are the new companion nodes. It's not highlighted very good, but everything in teal. So we can look at these. Oh, what's up, Shin? How pretty. Luz, this is all you got to memorize is this tree right here, the nodes for it. It's not that complicated. You know. Easy. But we aren't getting any new classes, weapons, 100% copium. While the information might be in game, it will not be active. Easy. Okay. It's actually easier to see the new companion nodes when you're zoomed out. Right? Okay, we'll look at each cluster. So this first cluster right here, you've got companions deal 60% increased damage against immobilized enemies. Companions have 20% maximum life, 20% increased life recovery rate while your companions are in your presence. So, Infernal Legion, this is good for companion life. And then on this one, gain 6% additional... Wait, companions gain 12% damage as extra cold damage. Extra cold damage. So... damage against immobilized, max life, extra cold damage. Moving down. This cluster, 5%, 20% increased armor, evasion, and energy shield while a companion is in your presence. Leeching life from your hits causes your companions to also leech life. Companions gain your strength, plus 15 to strength. You could transfer all your strength to your companions. Companions have 50% chance to gain onslaught on kill, not on hit, on kill. And you got minion or companion attack speed, so you can give them onslaught. I've heard a couple big creators saying these companion nodes are absolute doo-doo, and then I've seen someone else say they're game-changing. I don't know. Crip said they're bad. Crip's like they're terrible, or said something like that. Companions have 30% increased area of effect. Companions have 30% chaos and elemental res. Life recovery from flasks also applies to companions. Minions have 15% area. Over here, companions have 20% movement speed, 5% reduced penalty. Culling strike against beasts while your companion is in your presence. This really isn't for companions. This is for you. Companions have 40% chance to poison on hit. Poison companions. And then you've got this up here. Increase and reductions to companion damage also applies to you. Reservation efficiency. Minions revive 30% faster if they're your only, or faster if your minions are all companions. And then right here, you have the updated kinship. You can now have 2 companions of different types, 30% more reservation efficiency for companion skills, 20% less reservation efficiency for non-companions. So your regular minions take a hit. I don't know. Maybe as a standalone, they are bad, but if you also add the ascendancy nodes, giving your companions percentage of your weapon stats, it might be really good. Yeah, I think it's like you got to go all in. When I look at these, I don't see it as like a hybrid class. It's like you have to take companions, all companions, max companions, and go all in on companions in here. I don't see it as a hybrid class. Aaron, I believe you'll like my tip. The Mace Trench will be able to be converted into a rune. You can create a mixed build with that with companions. Oh, that could be fun. REI. If they don't change the Archmage and Spell Totem interaction, will be meta because it'll be a one-button build. Everybody loves one-button builds. Bro, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Shin, that wasn't a very good gamble. So yeah, I checked out the new tree this morning. I was like, okay, I'm glad that I can look at it and kind of figure out how I want to start with the new tree available to us. So I was like, sweet. Let's see. Would that have made the clock go up? Okay, clock is working. Get out of here, clock. Stupid clock. Can you link that? Yeah, I got you. Okay. It's not a subathon. The house is greedy. It's always greedy. Everybody knows that. Drive Aaron bonkers-a-thon. That's every stream. So you don't need an a-thon for that. I think once we get the build up and running, get some currency, it'll still be fun to play companions. Yes, fun. Can you spell that? I've never learned how to spell anything. Furtado, 5 days, dude. 5. That's perfect. That's fun. 5 days. Okay. We'll get a movie night in, draw some giveaways. It'll be fun. 5 weeks. Got it. Wait, what? Fun is not optimized. You got to change that. What? Guilty. They're talking crazy again. Keep saying that word. I don't think it means what you think it means. 5 weeks would be an insane push for 2 days. No, it's not happening. It's just no way. No. Loot Crate, what up? How you doing, brother? Doing good, man. Just started stream 25 minutes ago. We looked at the new PoE 2 passive tree. We're going to watch some videos today. We're now back in PoE 2 mode. So I keep saying I want to watch Tavern Talk. So I'm going to throw that up in the corner and listen. And then I hate to say it, but I should probably start another character. Oh, gosh. Yeah, 5 weeks not happening. 7 to 9 days definitely possible. No. I think it'll be 3 to 5. Back to the beach. I'm finally out of Z DPS. I could kill things, and now I got to go back to that. I got my void portals. I saw all the drops in support a streamer and all that stuff was launched yesterday. It's one of the things GGG does very well.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. During the launch of Return of the Ancients, we're running 2 weeks of Twitch drops, as well as a supporter streamer campaign. During the first week of launch, you'll be able to claim the Arbiter of Ash waypoint by watching your favourite creators in the Path of Exile 2 category for 3 hours. In week 2, you can claim the Wendigo's Crown helmet attachment. Support your favourite creators by gifting 2 subs or subscribing to 2 channels in the Path of Exile 2 category to claim the Wraeclast Parasite pet. Embrace the Infinite Void with the Arbiter of Ash waypoint. Should other exiles visit your hideout, they will be covered in ash upon entering. Become the Nameless with the Wendigo's Crown helmet attachment. It offers 6 variations, allowing you to choose any combination you like, with or without visual effects. In addition, the helmet attachment tracks your kills across different types of monsters, be it beasts, humans, demons, constructs, or undead. Not all Wraeclast spawns desperately want to end you, some simply need a little love, like this Wraeclast Parasite pet. That's a good boy. All of these items are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. Thanks for watching and have a great league start.
It's like a bug. It's a bug dog, you know? Aaron, my important question for the day is the fence active for deaths. I look forward to seeing you walk out there 1,876 times in 5 days. New fence, cleaned fence, with even string lights set up. This is fantastic news. I ain't walking to the damn fence though. So you get, I ain't doing it. So. Yes, you are. Wait, what? That means I gotta play that song over and over again, too. Within 5 minutes of league start, you'll be chasing beat. That's right, my song. Oh, geez. Brow made a new song for the event as well. So we'll have Aaron After Dark, Movie Night, Fence. We're going to be playing Spirit Walker, giveaways, game night, all the normal stuff. Brow's song, That's all you get to hear. Sorry. 80s. Why did you stop it? Sorry. That's just a taste. Just a taste. Why am I teasing so much today? Has there been any leaks on what the new Mage Blood's gonna do? Because the HG won't. Oh, that. You're a menace today. Aaron woke up and chose violence. Dude, Diablo 4, Blizzard Entertainment, next week is literally starting talks about PTR for their next season. It's like, wait, what? I bet you they've already finished it. I bet they've already finished it. I'm still in copium that they're going to reveal swords in the last day. No. You wouldn't hold that back in marketing. You'd be talking about it in every interview and podcast. You don't need to shadow drop that right now. Right, they're not EHG. Come on, guys. As someone in marketing, they would have been pushing that message left and right. Yeah. I'm telling you, I bet you this season is going to be a banger for D4. You want to create a habit. You have insane player numbers and retention for the expansion, and you want people to show up every 3 months. People are saying this season's going to be a nothing burger. I bet you it's going to be huge. I bet you it's going to be huge. And then the season after that will be a nothing burger, probably. Going to be Breach. There it is. Control, it'll auto-identify. Where's my Mage Blood? I thought I got one. Bro, trying to click on the center of the map device and clicking on a portal is infuriating. I do it at least every other map. I feel like I need to get a cosmetic of a new map device just to stop that. It's so infuriating. I know it is. What? They do need to move it back tiles. Correct. We need a new cosmetic map device. Bad, poor game design. Maybe that's fixed with the end game update, you know? Go this way. Is there anybody out there that's going to be playing Spirit Walker Companions? At first, everyone was. Now I'm not seeing as many people. Me? Minion, you're required to. You don't have it. I already played Spirit Walker. It's called Spirit Born. I know that one. Literally, it was too much for him to read. Oh, man. Aaron, I was thinking, let's make a deal about the fence and your death count. I was thinking to be more fair to you and let the fence still carry over the entire event. Let the fence walks be your very first death, then after the 5th death, mark the board up with 5 deaths, and every 5 deaths thereafter, which, as we know, wouldn't be too often after starting, and no walks at night. Catch the board up in the morning. Oh, gosh. We don't want fairness. Catch the board up in the morning. My 10-year-old's playing Spirit Walker because it's a class for babies. I don't know why I feel like you might not be joking for some reason. That's fair. Ten-year-old's not a baby, by the way, bro. Come on. That's 5th grade. Playing grenades and getting baited with the new Ascendancy. Got it. You dead, bro. All right. I know it is very, very long, and I'm going to be pausing it all the time. And no, that's not what she said. Wait, maybe she did say that. Nevertheless, I want to listen to this, at least for a little bit.
So, welcome to Tavern Talk. Thank you for having this conversation with us, talking about 0.5, the reveal you guys have showed, and some other things. Today, I don't know the number of the podcasts we're on, but it doesn't really matter. So we're going to get...
3 days until everyone switches games again. Correct. I'm starting Plants, but saw a volcano build from a smaller creator that I want to try. Nice. You like plants. 3 days till everyone switches games again. I think everyone switched. They swapped a week ago. Okay, Sir Duncan. Last week, not this week, last week, I went to the PoE2 category on Twitch, and there was 147 different streamers streaming PoE2 last week. It almost had 150 different streamers last week. The, content creation side of Path of Exile on Twitch and YouTube is just it's staggering. It's insanity.
Started with some opening questions, so I'll just pass it off to Ghazi to kind of get started with the icebreaker.
Yeah, I mean, we'll just start off with obviously 0.5 being the largest patch, quote unquote, ever, right? And just curious about the nerves and excitement of level.
The largest patch in the history of patches. Some more streamers than total LE players. Correct. No. QB1 Junkie, what's up? QB1, Green's talking crap about EHG. Get him. Get him. Guilty, can you give Junkie a shout out, please? What's up, brother? How are you doing? Get him.
Of that leading up to the reveal trailer itself.
It was pretty crazy because the development honestly felt very
welcome
scattered
Raiders,
because they were working on so many things at the same time. Like normally we're working on like there's usually one focus, but because we're working on so many leagues at the same time, it was just really, really hard to bring together. So I would say it's honestly been one of the tougher development cycles in terms.
Lots of folks chase the PoE2 money train. Money, 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 money. Welcome, Raiders. Hello. We've gone through the new passive tree today. We watched the new Twitch drops video. I ran a couple maps with my new Huntress. And we're going to watch some Tavern Talk while I start yet another character and try and make a Z DPS. It's going to be fun.
Of just like getting the studio to be able to handle everything, because like even just like a review session, we would go through one and have a look at a bunch of stuff and then be like, oh crap, we totally forgot about this total other area. Like honestly, like so many times I'm like, we've forgotten how much content is even in this damn release. We would just miss stuff, and then so yeah, like it just made it really, 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 really difficult. But
hey, if we continue to say LE is the best game ever, I feel like I can bonk on their marketing a bit. That's true. I can't wait for you to get to the currency question in this interview. It had me rolling in laughter. Uh-oh.
Also, yeah, when there's so many different scattered things, it is quite stressful because you're like, you just have this feeling of like, am I forgetting something all the time? So yeah, real tough one. But the thing is, like in the last, having that extra time between the announcement and the release has actually been really, really good because we've kind of getting everything back together again. Like we can sort of see it as a cohesive thing again. And that's honestly been really, really important, especially for doing an in-game release.
Did there come a point when you guys were developing it where you kind of were like, hey, okay, we have too much on the scale, like this is where we have to stop? Like, because I remember in one of the interviews, Mark was saying he was looking at notes and you had so many notes that you got to a point where you're like, I don't even remember making these notes.
How many different people from however many reaction videos have probably seen this podcast? Like when I talk to 11th Hour Games about, you guys have to do podcasts. Please do podcasts. Get out in the community. You don't even have to do a podcast with me. Like that's like, I'm not trying to tell you to do this because like how many, what, this is free. All of them, all the eyes. I need to start now coming up with a name for my monk on Friday. This is like the 4th time I've watched this. Yeah, we watched it on stream. So much exposure. I know. Bamster, what's up, brother? Isn't the start today already? No, it's Friday. But I got everything set up. New clock is ready to go. I've got the new Blitzathon menu ready to go. Got the fence ready to go with the new string lights. And we cleaned it up a little bit. This is like day 1 cleaning. We're going to do one more pass through. But we're ready. There was a squirrel on the fence earlier this morning when I was setting stuff up. But yeah, we are ready for Friday, sir. Well, almost there. We're almost ready. I'm still only 4 of 8 classes through D4. Wait, 4 of 8. It was not an AI squirrel. How are you going to jump from the top rope now? These are good questions. I already downloaded the builds. Are people actually using that?
You know, you kept cooking so much.
The problem that we had is that because we wanted to really make sure that the message was like the end game has totally changed, on some level we just had to do sort of everything. So yeah, even though we might have liked to make it smaller, we kind of honestly couldn't. Which isn't to say there wasn't like a bunch of stuff that we didn't end up cutting anyway, but still, it's been we sort of had to do something. And then like it kind of led to this fact that then we're like a month later than we would hope would be, and that kind of thing as well. So like there's been stuff like that that's kind of definitely been downsides. But overall, I think it is really important because it's just a really important change. Like it really does very fundamentally change how the in-game feels. And I was even seeing recently like there are just a lot of people who they wouldn't play the end game of PoE 2 because it just doesn't have you need something to sort of like give them some direction, and we just didn't have that. And so now I've got people who are like friends, so they've like played through the PoE 2 campaign, but they've never really been an end game player. And all of a sudden they're like, oh, okay, I actually am going to play this, like that's been a thing that I've seen. So it's something that I'm like, that I think was really important to do.
Do you think that that's primarily like the reason they didn't play the in game was because of a level of confusion of like, what do I do next? Or do you feel like you didn't have enough like things in it to make it interesting? Because I remember something you come back to like pretty continually when this point gets brought up is like if an area feels like too big or like uncomfortable, that a lot of times it's an indicator of not having enough things in it.
I've been really hard on EHG for their marketing. All I got to hear is we can't blah blah blah, as if marketing material is some kind of wonder to pull off that costs millions. Yeah, I know. They've been dragged for the marketing for a while now. At this point, I just pray to Orvis itself that they get their crap together on the up-and-coming stuff. Me too. Me too.
I think that can be the case, but I do think in this situation, it really was more the direction. Like you got to the end game before it opens up and it's like, okay, well now I can just kind of go wherever, right? Like there wasn't really you do need a quest line, like you do need something there just to give you some form of understanding what to do. And I find even myself, I'm like way more interested in doing end game stuff right now than I was before. It helps a lot.
Would you say that this is a focus more of the idea of creating a getting off point, or is it more towards just creating a sense of direction? Like which one matters the most, or is it like a mix of the two?
It really is a mix of the two. Like both of those things are important. And we did, I think before we got to developing 050, we were mostly talking in terms of giving people direction. But during 050 timeline, when was it? There was a moment, I can't remember when it was, Mark, but there was some moment where we were kind of like, where we realized like the problem with PoE 2 right now is that you don't know when to stop playing, and therefore you have the situation and people just get like more and more bitter about like the fact that they're just doing the same thing again. Like there just wasn't, that getting off point thing was just super important. So that was definitely an 050 time horizon when we realized that. And that's also been one of those things where we sort of somewhat later in development, we realized that we had to make the time it took to do the stuff shorter. Like it getting longer and longer was actually a problem as well. Like we actually had something where the amount of time it would take to finish it was too high. And that's even been something we've changed in the last like few weeks even more. So previously we kind of assumed that it would be fine to have like, I can't remember the number there was. There was probably like 25, 30 maps, something like that in each of the areas for the individual leagues. And you had to do all of those in order to get all the points for a league tree. And we were kind of like, that seemed fine at first. Like we sort of thought that would be okay. But actually the amount of time that an average user takes to do 30 maps is actually quite long. And in practice, when you're playing it, it just kind of felt like there was too much there. So then what we decided.
But you shouldn't go off what the average player takes to do it. You should go off only like meta streamers. That's what I was told. So I don't know if that. Never mind.
To do is make it so that when you kill the pinnacle boss, you get an extra 6 points. So basically, and you can effectively not do 6 of the maps. And then if you go into the infinite and get more keys and kill it again, you basically get 6 points. So you can effectively complete it 2 ways. You either do all the maps one by one,
Aaron, no.
or you kill the pinnacle boss more times to get more points that way. And effectively, that means that the time taken to actually do one of those league trees has been reduced. And so we're really focusing on basically just making sure that it doesn't feel like it takes too long to do an individual league. So you can make sure that you the cleanup phase part does not feel annoying.
Sure. We I think we're now at the where I see it discussing with others, but I think I'm the same, where I'm gonna.
You should always exclusively cater to streamers. Correct. Yes.
Path. I'm gonna get to the pinnacle boss, kill the pinnacle boss. I'm gonna get fast.
Kind of cutting out a little bit there. I don't know if it's just on my end, but you're kind of cutting in and out a little bit on
me as well.
Yeah.
Is this better?
Seems better.
Everything working here, testing? Yeah, not sure. Anyway, we're at the point now where when I'm playing, and I've seen this a few other more high-end players in the office as well, I think we really wanted to get to the point where we, as a good player, you should think, okay, I'm going to get to the pinnacle boss, kill the pinnacle boss for each league, including the fortress, and then go into the infinite. There's something about wanting to do that, and when the completion time for everything was so long, there was like, okay, this is starting to feel too grindy, and I want to get out there. I want to get more pinnacle kills and all of that, and yet I'm feeling like I'm having to. I guess it's that not wanting to have to turtle for too long. That the same thing the original tower mechanic had, and it started to feel that way, where it's like I want to get out there, but I can't, and I want to move to the next league, but I can't, and so yeah, it's at this. Like I think the number of towers when we first did the presentation to was 8 on the fortress, and each tower meant every time you killed the arbiter, you could complete a section of maps. Now it's 5. So like we've been shortening that, and I think the number of maps, I think the total number of maps you have to run to finish the fortress if you were to just shortest path then go farm the infinite is now like it's probably actually less than if you were to finish the whole fortress, which is interesting because at first I was like, surely doing the whole fortress should be less maps total, but actually just due to the fact that you don't have determinism when out there, and you're finding other things, you're on other little kind of effectively side quests, it does end up being that you kind of want it to be less maps overall because you're constantly having to do all these other things while in the infinite. So it's at this nice fine line now where it is balanced. It's feeling a lot better, whereas like before it was definitely, and immediately from a handful of our staff that were playing, they're just like, holy crap, this is taking forever. So it's in a real good spot. And then, yeah, as Jonathan said, now just even all the leagues have the same thing. So only the Fortress had the shortcutting, I guess you could say. Now every single one of the leagues has it to some degree. It's feeling really good, for sure. And yeah, hopefully we'll have to see, because it's that kind of thing as well, where when you play it a second time, you're going to have a little bit of a different feeling about it. And so we'll have to see how that comes as well once we have another league start at some point.
Is that sort of what?
That's usually how.
Go on,
Sorry.
bud. Yeah, go on.
I was just gonna say, like, yeah, that's kind of like the whole cadence of playing something for the first time, because I think that point one was the early access launch was like one of the most exciting things ever. Everything was new. We got to experience everything. The second time we play through it, that's when we go nitpicking. Like, you know what, that area is a little too large, or that issue there. You start being, seeing the downsides of things you got annoyed with on the first playthrough, which was overshadowed by the positive things. I'm just curious if this is the reason you guys kind of want to have both of the last acts coming for 1.0 instead of sooner. Is that the same kind of reasoning there?
It's not. That isn't the reason, although that will be an advantage, I suppose. But the actual reason is just that we think that 1.0 needs to have something that like is like there's a lot of people, especially if you're talking about the sort of more casual audience, who the thing they're interested in is campaign stuff, and so by finishing the campaign in 1.0, those people are just going to be attracted to sort of make that release like a good release.
I fought the count so many times now that the magic is gone. Yeah, campaign is even most games, the first time you play the campaign, I normally like enjoy at least somewhat listening to the story and going through and see how you progress. It's obviously the more times you do it, the less you like it.
And at the same time, I don't think there's like a lot of risk there for us in terms of like we know how to make count now, if you know what I mean. Like it's not going to be one of those things where we're like, we have to make sure we're testing this because it's gonna, it's gonna go off the rails or something like that. Like we know we can do it, so therefore we feel quite safe just putting something like that in 1.0. So yeah, that's kind of like the ultimately it comes down to that. And also like right now, the other thing as well is like if we hadn't have added the interludes, we'd probably be feeling pretty differently about this. But because we've got the interludes there to kind of mean that you don't have that whole thing which we originally were going to have during the entirety of early access, which is where you'd have to repeat parts of the campaign. Because we don't have that, it kind of means that like we don't have that thing dragging us down and making the early access feel worse as well. So but I think the thing that has been interesting, is like all that sort of campaign replayability stuff as well. That's been something that I'm really hoping that people will see that we've made some pretty big strides there this time as well. Like the replaying thing, the more times you replay it, the more annoying certain things get. And I saw some frickin' short recently that DM made with you like being like, oh yeah, I had it as soon as Act 3. And actually, that was the moment, by the way, when I saw that, is like, I'm gonna fix this freaking lever thing that everyone's complaining about. It's actually sorted
Hell
out.
yeah.
Because I'm like, I don't want that to be the video that I'm seeing again. That one. So then that was like one of the few things in the campaign replayability section I patch noted specifically, because I was like, people are going to be happy to see that thing. But there are stuff like that all around the place, right? Like we're improving a bunch of things around, and like then there's just some areas that were there were some areas that were too big and stuff like that, and like sort of annoying layouts. I mean, like just some simple examples is there was like, after you kill Viper, there was like a little bit of extra level after killing Viper, and now after you kill Viper, it's like directly onto the exit to the next zone, and it's just stuff like that all over the place that we're doing, just streamlining and smoothing and stuff like that. So I'm hoping Act 3 will feel a lot better now than what it has in the past. Like, I think it's a pretty significant improvement. But the other one as well is like, and this one, so I had an interesting experience recently where the build that I was playing was like not good. And it's been a little while since I played a really bad build. And like the monster density and the interludes when your build is bad.
So it's because of DM we got the levers changed.
Is actually pretty damn terrible in terms of like the ability to clear through them. Like it was oppressive. And at some point I realized, like, I was playing in an area called the Stones of Searle, which is like that one with the standing stones. And I was like, at what point did we get it to the point in the interlude where you no longer have to move? Like, you never use movement. Like, every single thing you're doing is just attacking. And then because there's so many monsters, like, you're just attacking your way from one place to another, and it just like never ever ends. And I'm like, this is actually kind of like, this is a grind. Like, this is actually not good. Like, campaign should not be like this. And so then it sort of forced me to be like, okay, there's some serious issues here. And we actually found, and this one's actually a little bit, I don't like fully know that this is why this happened, but I think what happened was that there was some things about the pack density and campaign where we had like the last few areas get to a certain density. What used to be the last few areas being like, the last couple of areas of Act 3, and then some of that stuff kind of continued on like deeper into the campaign than whereas it should have like dialed back again after being higher in those last few areas. And so I think that's probably what happened, but it just meant that some of those areas but especially Interlude just got ridiculous. And so that's something that I don't think I would have realized if I wasn't playing such a crap build. Because but I suspect that a lot of players are getting that experience. So that's been something I really want to try and address a little bit more. And I think that there's even some of that going on at the start of Endgame as well. Like, there's a few things there that that if you're got a crap build, like, you don't notice it if you don't, if you've got a good build, but if you've got a bad build, it can actually be really oppressive. So like another one recently, I don't know if you want me to talk about this, Mark, about the whole poise thing with powerful bosses. Like, are you good for me to mention that?
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, so here's an example of something. So I was playing something that required freezing. It was actually it was the werewolf freeze combo, right?
Darn, you already are restarted. What's the point? Testing starting setups. I wanted to see what snipers feel like with no supports. The first skill I took was snipers. I was just curious. No. And
I encountered it, but as I said, my build was crap. I was not building it well. I got to a powerful boss to get the map upgrade, and I was like, okay, normally plus 100% life would kind of like, sure, it makes the boss fight twice as longer, but for some reason I was hitting this powerful boss and it made the fight feel like 3 times or worse. Like, it was like really, really hard, like way harder than I expected. And it took a little while of asking around to try and find out what was going on here. But effectively, because my DPS was so dependent on getting the freeze, and we had a thing where when the boss gets life is doubled, effectively the poise thresholds, which we use for calculating, like resistances to things like getting.
All these different screens. How do they feel? Crappy? Yeah, for like first skill only sniper, they're terrible. But I always level with snipers. They just can't be the first skill I take.
Frozen got doubled as well. It meant that effectively my DPS was getting like, maybe not halved, but something like halved due to the fact that I wasn't in the freeze. So my damage was half. The monster had double life, So it's effectively taking me 4 times longer to kill this boss than what it would normally take. And I was literally running out of flask charges and just like not being able to beat this thing. I'm like, I've hit a progress blocker upgrading from like T1 to T2 maps here. Like, this is a bad situation. And I'm like, yeah, sure, my build's crap and I could fix that. But like, why? Like, my crap build should be able to do this, right? Because this is one of those things where, like, if you're talking T1 maps, like, this is something that an average player should not find as the roadblock, you know? And yeah, so it's like seeing there's still things like this around that we haven't realized that we just need to uncover and improve. And like this is one of those things where it really is quite context dependent in the situation where you find something like that. And like, and to give you another example of a random one I ran into just yesterday, is okay. So the boss in the Bloodwood, I was fighting it. And I was talking to my friend who was sitting next to me, who was, like every weekend, he'll come over and we'll talk about various things. And I'm like, he was like, oh, that boss health bar is really long. And I'm like, well, how long should it be? Like, how long should it take to kill a boss? This kind of thing. This was the conversation. He's like, oh, for this boss, I'd say, because it doesn't have any interesting abilities at all, that it should be a lot shorter. I'm like, this boss does have a bunch of abilities. This is the Devourer. Like, what the hell? And then I realized, hang on a second, the Devourer and the Bloodwood, none of its freaking abilities are working. Like, it just sits there and freaking attacks you, and it doesn't like do the moving around thing. I'm like, how did I never notice this before? Like, and like the problem here is like someone who set that area up, they just forgot to put the markers in. Is what I'm assuming, right? I haven't actually looked into it, but I'm assuming they just forgot to put the markers down that control the place where that boss can move. And like, you look at something like that, and you're like, it's like it's so easy as a higher end player to fail to notice stuff like that, because it's one of those things you only run into when your build is crap and when it's taking you longer and that kind of thing. And so yeah, it's so hard as a developer to notice this stuff, quite frankly. Like, and you just lose sight of it. So yeah, the hope is just that that we can actually find all this stuff and fix it. Like it does. It just it just takes a lot of iterations to sort of actually end up noticing stuff like that.
So I want to follow up on. I want to follow up on.
You go with first.
Yeah. I want to follow up on one point you said there, because I'm actually really interested about it, which is you said you realize you had a bad build, right? And then you were feeling swarmed because you got a bad build and you're getting swarmed by mobs, right? So how do you come to the diagnosis of when it's like, okay, my build is bad, but also like part of the problem is I'm getting swarmed, as opposed to like, okay, maybe some of these skills aren't really in the position where we feel like they should be in order to clear the mobs? When do you decide that it's the content is the issue as opposed to the skill you're utilizing?
My first reaction there was to compare effectively default attacks, because the werewolf build I was using was like shred, and like, yeah, there's stuff that like there's stuff that I should have done for supports in order to make that better and so on. But we just sort of like looking like the first port of call was go to designers who know about like getting the numbers right, and basically say like, is my build okay? Is the numbers right in terms of comparison? Like, you just have to get that information right. And like we decided, like it is like what you've got here with your build isn't good, but in terms of
maybe they should survey their players. Good morning, Exatheus. Diesel, what's up? I've actually been testing plants and snipers for early leveling. I use pin with plants, and it lets the snipers target the enemies. I level with snipers. It's just the first skill I took, and I was like, I wonder what snipers would do on their own, and it didn't work. What up? What up? Hello. Survey their players.
The underlying skills, it is okay. Like the numbers are fine. So like that was an investigation, and then there's the question, okay, like your build is bad, but are your items just bad? And no, they were, your items are fine. It's like, here's a look at your passive tree, and it's like, okay, so my passive tree was like bad in the way that like you could definitely be a lot better, but I was kind of on purpose this time taking a bit more of a defensive approach. Like I was like, if I'm the kind of person who's going to allocate way more defenses and way less damage, and just like sort of see how that goes for me, that was like kind of part of what I was doing there. So yeah, like I wanted to make sure that it can be okay even in that situation. Yeah, like there's also this other situation where if you're a good player, then because you're hitting the whole screen, like the amount of monster density in a situation like that isn't necessarily, or at least like depending on a build, right? Most builds that are good have some kind of, they've got big AoE clear, right? Like they have the ability, like it doesn't necessarily matter whether there's like 40 monsters on screen or 15 monsters on screen in terms of like their ability to clear that content. So it sort of matters more for a build that doesn't have that as much, which I wasn't doing as much. So in the situation where you're a character like that, then the only thing that's the extra monsters are really doing is just giving you more drops in experience. And so we sort of have to make sure that like we're able to make sure that that's not broken. But I do think that we don't need quite the level of spamminess that we had in terms of just like tiresomeness. Like even something as simple as like there's a moment between one fight to the next where your energy shield can recover. Just literally something as simple as that can be like something that can matter a little bit there. Like if it's just absolutely continuous, then there is a problem there, especially during campaign.
One other follow up about this point, then I'll pass it off to Ghazi. As you said, you were kind of purposefully taking a more defensive approach, and I'm kind of curious at what realizations you came to. Like, what was your conclusion about making the build? I'm like, I'm going to heavily, more focus on defenses this time as opposed to damage on the tree. Like, what was your experience like with that?
Well, I mean, the thing with defense that's really hard to solve is that it's way harder to appreciate defense when you allocate it than damage. Like it can be quite like it does save you, but it's really hard to know that. And actually, I've got another thing a little bit with Runic Ward here as well, which I noticed as when I was doing this, which is that so I had some Runic Ward, and Runic Ward obviously, you get to one life, and then it saves you and so on. But that's another one of those things that's really hard to appreciate. And I'd look down at my life sometimes, and I'd notice that my Runic Ward was like halfway filled. And I'm like, okay, so at some point there, I would have died, and I just didn't know that. Because I'm like flasking or whatever, so I've got like a half health at the point where I look, but yet my ward is down as well. It's like I actually didn't appreciate the fact that that ward had saved me. So then I was thinking about this, and I'm like, we actually need something like an audible, like, oh, my ward, I've lost my life, my ward is broken. Like we need some kind of sound to indicate that, to sort of say that like you actually got to the point where that ward helped you, so you actually can appreciate the fact that the defense worked. But then I was like, hang on a second, why do we not have a sound for energy shield breaking? Like, how have we gotten to this point and we don't have a sound like that? And then I actually looked into it, and it turns out we do have that sound. There is a thing there. It's just that because it happens when you get hit, and because when you're getting hit, there's a lot of sound going on. There's immediately this like the thing where effectively you don't hear it, right? You might as well not hear it. And what we really need is a sound that's more like when you get heavy stunned. There's like, sorry, not when you get heavy stunned. When you heavy stun a monster, there's like sort of sound that's quite distinctive that kind of cuts through everything that you sort of like learn to hear. I really need to sound like that when your energy shield breaks, because that's a moment when you should be thinking, oh shit, like you need that moment. And I think that having that audible sound, like we actually do need to lean into a little bit more of those kind of things. But like there's not like necessarily a realistic sound, but it needs to be a sound that can cut through all the other stuff that you're hearing, so that you just sort of know that you've hit that moment. And that's the kind of thing that can really make you appreciate defensive layers, is like just more of those cues. Now, I'm not sure how you do that for something like armor or like, things like that. Like there's like evasion, even like ideally you would be able to feel when you had more evasion versus not. And right now you just kind of can't. But I do think that is something that you need to do to make those defenses be more appreciated, because they do work. It's just that you often don't appreciate that they do.
I have a few things on your build, by the way, which I honestly think your passive tree is 100% fine. Yeah. I don't even think it could be that much better. I think it's completely good. Your gear, completely fine. And by the way, and like because I was looking at your character, and I was like, when you're clearing, you're quite tanky. It's appreciable. It's fine. And then so I was like, okay, the gear is good. The tree is fine. Like, sure, it could be better, but like, on a level that honestly shouldn't be necessary. I was like, you are defensive. Like when you're playing, your character's not just like, up and down in life all the time. It's like quite consistently, if you're on full life, and it's certainly you have decent armor, decent energy shield. It's working. But yeah, it was interesting. I think you said to me at that point, because I was like telling you, I was like, you're fine. Like, what are you talking about? And then you were like, what did you say? You said, what? Okay, if it's not my character, what do I have to change as a person in order to be able to do this content? I was like, wow. But honestly, the biggest flaw you had was just your support gems. That was the biggest actual issue. But it's like you didn't do the wrong thing there. You just didn't do necessarily the right thing. Like, you just did what was intuitive.
He didn't do the optimized. That's the word he's looking for. The optimized thing is what he missed.
So there's some highlighting there, and it's like, because you said you followed the recommended supports for Shred.
So that is the thing that I was doing specifically, yes.
And I was like, you did, but you were also the developer that said what they were. And so you could have made. There's a question of did you make a wrong decision as a player, or did you make a wrong decision as a developer? And there's an interesting thing there of trying to.
You followed the recommended. You put in the recommended. Why did your build suck? You didn't have the right supports.
I assess which of those went wrong, and so then it's kind of like, okay, sure, those fixed and made it a bit better, but we did make a pretty hyperactive set of changes based on your play experience. Because when you were like, yeah, what do I have to change as a person? It's kind of like, well, honestly, you should be able to kill this boss. You should be able to get further, and this is too hard and isn't working correctly. And then there were a number of encounters, and it was actually quite interesting to because I just watched you play for like 4 hours, and I was just like writing stuff down the whole time of just like, because it is true. I don't have a relatable personal experience to what was happening there. Like I would normally be in a substantially better position to just have a bit either via more planning or again, I don't put in the wrong supports. I even when you were like, what are the right supports? I was like, oh, just search for this. And then it's like, how do you even know to look for that if you didn't know to look for that? So there's a bunch of interesting things here where, it identifies when you are watching someone with a bad build, be it an in-game or IRL one, I guess, I can't really, you kind of like, what's actually wrong here. And it is true that it is quite hard to relate with, especially on like a personal level. So I'm quite good at, when I observe, I'm quite good at seeing things that people often don't see as well. And but yeah, it's been a really fun amount of like really looking at the early in-game, really iterating on it. And I've had the same from a bunch of other developers as well, a bunch of the designers.
Mark's flexing, I'm better. Pick a class that sounds fun. Play and enjoy the most of the campaign, building up resources. Step 3. Get killed, give up, find a guide, spend resources at the auction house, buy the right gear, progress to end game, go play something else. Is that the way it works?
Jonathan's also been talking to, where they're just like, it's been really fun just getting like, here's the list of problems every day that Jonathan's run into, and then just iterating on them. And they're all so fundamental. They're all like, and I think this is something I want to stress, and goes back to, it's something I mentioned to Ziggy as well with respect to like even just the defenses on the tree. Like there's just fundamentally missing things. Like, and this is a really important thing that, I would say the end game not having goals is a fundamental problem. But I would go as far as the things like the balance go, the basics, the life, the poise, all that thing that Jonathan was talking about. We honestly haven't hit the fundamentals, and this is why, and in the monster density, and this is why it's really important between 050 and release, that we're not like adding, and we can actually go, okay, like we need to.
I legit can't see how PoE 2 would ever work without trade. To get stuff working, you need way too many of a specific thing. No, I mean, obviously it does work. It's just, it's much harder to play SSF for sure.
Just make.
They don't have a COF.
The baseline actually the quality it needs to be. And it's really, really hard to do that when you're making what we just did for 050. Like you'll notice I don't want to say it's void of balance changes, of course, but it doesn't reach the standards of probably what people expect. And that's just because we were making all the new stuff. So hopefully now with everything, filled everything in, we actually get to go back and assess all of those fundamentals about the passive tree. You start with the really core things, the base skills, the base passive tree. They're like, you don't get into too much of the nitty gritty straight away and all the multipliers and combo pieces that come together of what makes a build crazy. It's like really that baseline life of monsters, damage of monsters, defenses of the player, and via the passive tree, base items. I honestly think that the base items of like say weapons aren't in a good enough spot. There's just a bunch of implicits that a weapon has an implicit and its damage is penalized, and the implicit is just trash. And it's like, why is this even here? It's not interesting. It's not fun. It's just a bad weapon to find. And there's still a bunch of that. And it's just like, that's our lowest level thing. Like everything else is built on top of that, and we haven't even got that base thing entirely perfect yet. So we have a bit of a plan, and we're going to go a bit feral with it. But I really just want to make sure, we're addressing all of these fundamentals now that we've got, which hopefully will make, I don't think Jonathan should have to change much. I think the balance is just wrong, and I think that he should be able to kill that boss and now he can. By the way, just to be clear, we did address that immediately. But it's like it seems like such an obvious thing, and it's like, how the hell have you not done this? But just because we've been producing so much content, like, and I don't even just mean for this patch, it's just been like crazy developing this game, the amount of stuff we're making. It's really hard to actually go, okay, now let's get it to the right spot. And a lot of people compare it to a lot of people compare it to PoE1, and they're like, yeah, but the PoE1 tree has this and this and this and, you know, stuff like that. And it's like, yeah, but, you know, I remember iterating on that for like 8 years personally. So it's like, you know, there's a bit of a time disparity here, like with our new philosophies. So we will be able to do it. We'll be able to do it pretty quickly. I'm not saying it's going to take 8 years, and we'll be able to get a hell of a way towards perfection, I would say. That balance is ever perfect, as I like to say. But yeah, it's going to be bloody nice now that we've got this absolute behemoth of a patch, you know, coming to a conclusion. Not to say there won't still be stuff to fix around that, but that's part of that as well, to be able to actually go and look at, okay, let's figure out what kind of person, what kind of build, what kind of character actually should be able to get to what point of the end game, the campaign, etc. Like, what are the mistakes people are making? What is the flaws in their builds that shouldn't be flaws? Be it the recommended gems, be it the base skill damage, be it itemization, passive tree, everything, and just getting all of that as refined as possible. Which is exciting, by the way, because I find that stuff to be some of the more fun work. So it's kind of...
What's the... Go on, Gazi.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, listening to the both of you talking about this, it's obviously we're expecting this, but it really sounds like there's a ton of minor adjustments from the veterans players' perspective, but might be large changes for newer players' perspective that is coming to the 0.5 update that is not necessarily in the patch notes. Something I was really curious about to hear from the both of you was, what portion of this update do you guys predict to like make the largest beneficial impact for the player's experience? Because we heard from Jonathan talking about his situation there. Are we talking about changes in that sense, in the campaign playthrough, or are we talking about the Infinite Atlas? I just want to hear your thoughts on your prediction on the most beneficial impact for new player experience.
If you're talking about just for new players, I definitely think that it's going to be the sort of early in-game, like monster density, like things around there, like late campaign, early in-game monster density, things like, you know, just, I mean, we were just talking today. Okay, so here's another random example of a thing that we want to try and do. I hope it'll get an 050, but I think it's going to be a big deal, which is that, like, there's another one of those realizations of, like, you know, I'm fighting a rare, it's got like a shit ton of mods on it, and I'm like, if I just stop like fighting for a second here, just like put on God mode and just watch this rare, like I'm just going to look at what this rare is doing right now, if I'm not killing it. And there is a fucking endless amount of bullshit spewing forth from this rare. And I'm like, there actually is no capability to have any gameplay, like counterplay to this thing beyond just tanking it. You know what I mean? I'm not really able to dodge it. There's so much crap coming out of this thing that, like, effectively my defenses have to be good enough, and there's really nothing else that I would be able to do about it. And like his essence monsters in particular, I believe it was an essence monster that I was looking at the time, and you know, stuff like that. And it's like, okay, we need to do something here, right? Like, it shouldn't be that when you get a bunch of these mods on there that so right now, there's all the different effects that can happen. So we call them daemons. They're like the things that that sit there and cast, like, you know, like when you get like the circles of lightning
N64,
down the
what up,
holders,
brother?
you know, just like various things like that trigger from a rare. Like every time you add one of those, it doesn't like slow down the rate of the others, and that's like a thing we want to do, effectively make it so that the more of those that go on the monster, like it doesn't, it's not that it like that it casts the same number of them as what it normally casts. Like it would have to increase, but it shouldn't increase where like you get 2 mods and now it's double the number of those effects, because otherwise there's just no ability to get any kind of counterplay with that. So we need some kind of thing that can control, like when lots of mods go on a rare, that it doesn't just turn into an absolute shit fest of like random spam. And so like this is another kind of one of those like fundamental things to identify. And like we'll try to get that info 050, but I think that one of those things is those are the kind of things that I really do think affect new players, because there is a level beyond which of like screen like covering crap that you just kind of give up on it, and now it's like, yeah, it really is just a build check. Like, I'm not going to dodge this, I'm not going to actually try to even do that. It's like, so now my build just has to be able to tank it, or that's it. That's once again another thing another one of those fundamentals like that.
N64, how's it going, man? You ready for Friday? He needs to try this. He needs to try his build with melee. Jonathan, what's up? What skill are you using for your Huntress? I don't know yet. I'm just messing around in Act 1.
What's the...
This came up a while back. This came up a while back for essences more so because, again, it is a thing then veteran players are noticing a lot more where they're like, okay, especially that Silent Caverns, I think it is unique map, right? And you're like, okay, there's now, this one monster with 6 essences. And we're like, yeah, what we should be doing is implementing like a system where there's like, one or two of the daemons, as Jonathan explained it, one of the kind of more hidden skills that are outputting, the effects that are going on. They occur on a specific cooldown, and the more there are, the longer the cooldown is. And there's some whole system for it that we wanted to do, but like that was an example of where we checked the, obviously the more extreme case. But then if you actually just come back to fundamental monster mods, like it's even a monster that only has 4 mods, for example, and 3 of them happen to be something where it's like just spamming a bunch of stuff. And the other thing is each of those just has their own independent cooldown. And so the monster, and let's say it happened to get 3 and each of those cooldowns is say 10 seconds. Well, it's going to do all 3 and then wait 10 seconds and then do all 3 and then wait 10 seconds. So that gets a different thing where at least you get the wait. But if it happened to be that, let's say there was a 5, a 10 and a 15-second cooldown, or some numbers like that, it's all of a sudden now it's like just skill, and then you're like, okay, well, when do I actually get to DPS? So it kind of varies a bit, but ultimately at the end of the day, it's also just resulting in a bunch of just spam all over your screen. And it gets so much worse at the high end, like to the point where, and this is part of what contributes to the, like, as you said, you just need to be able to survive it. And if you can't, and it results in these things where like, I died to something, there was effects everywhere, and now I'm dead. Something happened. But
I'm dead. I can't see what's going on the screen. Dead.
Honestly, again, that's just because, okay, we're talking about 3 or 4 mods. Well, you can get more than that. So obviously, right? And so all of a sudden now you've just got this barrage of onslaught of emissive, flashbangs going on your screen, and hopefully you survive. So it is a problem, but it's one of those things where it's really easy to look at the extreme cases and just be like, obviously we need to address this. And when we come up with some plan, and then you kind of go, well, it is affecting only the top end, so is it as important as these other fundamentals? But then you actually go, okay, let's look at this problem from not the top end perspective, and you're like, oh yeah, it's definitely still a problem. And so that's a good one to get highlighted, and then you can address it, and it turns out it just fixes it for everyone. So yeah, we're hoping to even do something about that this week specifically.
On the same topic of that, is like, here's another one I just happened to notice recently as well, which was that, like, I was playing some maps and I realized, hang on a minute, I feel like in the last 10 maps I've run, every single one of them had a mod in it that caused curses to be going off. Every single one of them. And I'm like, that just means that your entire experience of the map, even when you're not fighting anything, there's just like circles appearing on the screen all the time. I'm like, and so I asked someone about this, and they were like, oh yeah, the reason for that is because there's a bunch of curse mods, but because they're all weighted the same as all the normal mods, it means that like the overall weighting of just any curse, if you look at it that way, is very high. And so the answer is just to
you get tons of curse mods.
Divide all the weightings of those curse mods so they're just less common, right? So now you don't have that thing, because like I feel like it shouldn't necessarily be that every freaking map you're running has got these circles appearing like that. So like there's just stuff like that. Like it's just there's just lots of little things like that. But I don't know why it's like it can be hard to notice that stuff unless you're really thinking about it. And like when you're going in with the mindset of like, okay, like what are we doing to reduce the spam? Like when you're actually playing, you have to, and it takes a little while of appreciating it as you go through of like what is actually the cause here. Yeah, like there's a lot of things we can still do. So yeah, that is a bit of a kick that we're on right now, is the like try to reduce the spam a little bit. Ideally without sort of hurting the top end cases where people want to make sure that they're getting the monster hits that they need and all that kind of stuff like that. But I think that part of what also brought it to a head a little bit is that because the tree adds so much now, we have to be really careful with the with the stuff, because it can get out of hand pretty quick. So that's something that we have to care a lot about.
We've definitely had to reevaluate what our base levels are versus what our, without like really going, okay, we just want everything to be, meh. Like we still want the excitement. You still want the thing where you can spec into all these things and create these crazy situations to happen. But yeah, with the tree being a lot larger and the Atlas Master System and all of this, it's like we've certainly had to reevaluate the base simply for that. Just from a like, okay, if we had just kept the same base and added all that, then all the investment would end up having to be quite low, because you just can't have every single map being an absolute clusterfuck. So,
You know what I like about this so far? Literally, DM and Gazzy haven't talked a lot. It's like they haven't been interrupted. They're sitting there breaking it down. Lots of good, like, what we're working on, problem solving. When does Gazzy and Darth talk? Oh my gosh, Exatheus, did we say the same thing at the same time? No, it's a good thing. You don't want the people that are running the podcast to be talking all the time. You want them asking questions and being good listeners, and then asking good follow-up questions.
Reevaluating all of that is also helping, honestly, with that just onboarding into maps thing anyway, where you're not just like overwhelmed with like 8 things going on that you haven't even seen before. You're like, what the fuck is even happening? Like, what's this purple thing here, and this blue thing here, and this green thing here, and this yellow thing here? And you're like, you don't even know what they are, because nothing's told you what they are necessarily. So, I think going back to your actual question you had, which was the onboarding for new players, even though it's weird to think about new players in the case of Endgame, but our hope is that they can get there. What I did see, and I've seen this with personal friends, even my brother and stuff, they got to Endgame. He's like, I don't know, I just ran a couple maps and now I'm done. I guess I'm finished. So I'm hoping that they get there and stick it out and actually have that goal. Don't get overwhelmed. Don't immediately run into brick walls, and can actually play through and finish the campaign, finish the end game as if it was just a continuance of the campaign, honestly. Like, there kind of doesn't necessarily need to be a like break in the story necessarily so much, where they can just be perceived as the same thing ultimately.
It's funny that you mentioned that, because one of the topics we wanted to cover in this interview was about the Fortress and Endgame Atlas. And one of the initial questions we had there is to talk about the Fortress. You talk about onboarding people to the Endgame, right? And the Fortress itself, it has its areas inside the Fortress. They're sort of pre-juiced, and the Fortress is required for gaining your Atlas passive points, and also has some pinnacle bosses in it. Like, is this area what you envision players to head to first when they go out there, clear it out in its entirety, then go out to engage with league mechanics? Or is it intended to be your sort of first endgame focused type of content, but you can deviate away from it? And the follow-up to this would be, is this supposed to be an extension of the campaign to be sort of a tutorial of the endgame before people are expected to go to the Infinite Atlas?
Well, there's a few things going on here. So number one is I do expect that the Fortress is going to be the first in-game system that people engage with. It doesn't have to be, but I think that it will be. And that's seen by the fact that it's the first quest we give you, and it's kind of like the largest visible thing going on, right? So the very first thing you get is like there's a tower that pops out, and Duyani's like, hey, go do that, and that's like 3 maps away, right? So like it's guaranteed the tower is the 3rd map that you do, assuming that you head in that direction. And then it's like 3 or maybe 4 maps more than that until you get into the Fortress. So like it's pretty, like we're onboarding you pretty easily into that thing. So I suspect a lot of people do that. And yes, the pre-juicing is definitely a nice thing, because the nice thing we get to do there, by the way, is that so in the Fortress, like it's not most of the maps, but it's like a very large percentage of them, because you can pick where you go. Like you effectively get like pre-juiced maps, but the nice thing is it's like 1 mechanic at a time. Like when you get those mechanics in those maps, it's like because it's at the start, you have an allocated Atlas point, so it's not happening all the time. You get a situation, you get to experience the feeling of like, okay, here's what it would be like if I like had a bunch of wisps, and here's what it would be like if I had a bunch of strongbox, and that kind of thing. You get to sort of experience that right away. But yeah, as I said, 1 at a time. And then as you go through the fortress, you're obviously adding more of that content that once you've experienced it to your maps, you get to kind of like juice it more yourself. And so by the time you're done with the fortress, you're going to have like, the not necessarily, probably not the full Atlas tree, because I don't think that you're going to just grind out every single map in the fortress. I expect the much more likely situation is that you pick a path through the fortress that gets you to the quest goals. You allocate, I don't know what it would be. Like, what do you reckon the percentage of the tree you'd probably allocate, Mark? And by the time you've leveled up and everything, it might be like a third of it or something, like maybe. Like something along those lines, you probably get like a third of it if as you make your way to the maybe half. It sort of depends on like how long it's taking you to get up those map tiers and so on. But I'd say a third is kind of
half was more what I was thinking for sure.
yeah. But yeah, like sort of half to a third, the third half, something like that of the tree. Before we get to that, and so by the time you got to that point, you're sort of ready to be able to go and do all the other objectives. And I sort of suspect that that'll be like most people's general experience, and that's not supposed to take too long. It's supposed to be like a relatively like achievable goal. And yes, it is effectively tutorializing the end game as well, because then you've got the quest version of the pinnacle. The which is hard. Don't get me wrong, it's not easy, but like definitely not. But it's like something that you would expect someone to be able to do if they're taking it somewhat reasonably. So yeah, like it is something that probably would expect to do. Now you can go and do the other quest lines if you want, but the one thing you will run into is that you're not allowed to do I believe the lieutenant's whatever this kind of like the pre-pinnacle is before you've got to map tier. It's 11, I believe. Mark, is that correct? Like map tier 11 is what you have to do. With that?
Generally 14.
14. Yes, that's right. So you mapped to 14. So what that means is that if you do that as your first one, and you're a new player, so you don't know how to go through the tiers quickly, it's possible that you'd run into that bottleneck at some point if you just did one of the league trees first, and then have to sort of tear up before you went on. Whereas if you do the fortress first, you're obviously going to be T16, or T15 probably, I suppose, if you're not doing the corrupted stuff, and so therefore you're going to have the maps that you need to be able to do those other ones like all the way to the end very quickly. So yeah, I'd expect most people to do Fortress first in most cases.
Part of the reason for that T14 thing, because I suspect it'll come up and people might be like, why is
Fortress first? Got it.
this gated behind a level? Like, why is it? Like, let me just do it. Is that we don't want the pinnacles. So obviously there's a quest version and a non-quest version, right? The non-quest is harder. That's what you do afterwards. Drops better loot, right? That's the quest version where it still drops loot. It's not just given nothing. It is still a fixed level, and we wanted all the pinnacles
Just shoot
to
that
be
thing. Thanks for the follow.
at the pinnacle, right? Around tier 15, tier 16 difficulty, right? So you'll generally find they're about level 79, whereas the farm ones are like level 82. Now that doesn't mean a lot, but it's just obviously item level of drops, and then obviously whatever custom difficulty we want to do at those level thresholds. However, because often the pinnacles are not using traditional waystones, as in they don't have a tier on them, we have to gate the thing directly before them to be the difficulty that is the closest. Like, for example, let's say you got to tier 11 maps, you killed, say, Tulanesh, and then you got the Twisted Domain key, and so tier 11, and then you're jumping to level 79. Like, the difficulty jump is just going to be insane. And so it's like, well, I'd rather gate that boss to be literally just one step before the Twisted Domain, so that if you do it, you earn the key, you're probably ready to do it. Like, you don't have to like now go and waste your key and go, okay, that was impossible. What the hell was that? So people will often probably run into this block, but it is important that when they kill those penultimate bosses, that they are probably ready then. That is their proving grounds to say, okay, you can try the pinnacle now. And if we have those be too early, yeah, people are just going to be like, okay, what the hell? This difficulty jump is out of control. And then they'll fail. They have to go do a bunch of stuff. It'll feel bad. Or they might just be like, nice balance, thumbs down. I think that the lesser evil was definitely to have the gate. There are a few other ways to do this. But the other thing I didn't want to do is have it that let's say you did them in a different order. Like let's say it was tier 11, as we said, the restriction on Tulanesh. If you then, and let's say Twisted Domain was T12 difficulty instead of the 14 and 15 that I have them at. if you did it breach first and did it naturally, it'd probably feel fine. Now, if you go and do the whole fortress, you get all the way to T15, you kill the arbiter, you do that whole quest line, and then you go and do breach. Well, now it's just tier 11 and tier 12, and you're going to be like, well, that was a joke. What the hell was that? And so that also doesn't feel good. And then the farm version's obviously high level. And so I think that's also bad as well. So it's just giving a bit of background as to why I want to make sure the penultimates are T14 and the ultimates are around, and the quest ultimates are 15, and then the farm ones are a few levels higher. And there are, I understand there's a few different things you could do here. You could be like, oh, as you complete each, the other ones level up. And as you know, there's all this kind of stuff, but I don't really love doing that. I think it's quite fun to just get to that boss. You get to literally the pre-capstone of the league, and it's like, all right, now get to tier 14, and you're like, oh shit, yeah, I'm gonna go do that. When I come back, I'm gonna come back and mess it up and hopefully get my loot, or whatever, or just fail, whatever the case is. But hopefully you get to kill it and get your loot. But yeah, I don't know. It worked out, but yeah, I understand. It's been a bit of a conversation in the office where people have wanted it one way over the other and been a bit back and forth about it, and had the levels based on the distance from the start and all kinds. And I just think that what we've landed on is certainly the best situation we have of all. But I suspect it's a question that's going to come up. So I thought clarifying it might be a little bit useful.
Did you guys do any changes to the earlier levels of the Waystones? Because I know in one video, there was a video I was watching where a guy was mapping out and saying the earlier tiers of the Waystones are higher levels now, etc. How do you feel about the earlier level curve of the Waystones? Has that been fundamentally changed though? Or are you guys okay with the positioning of it currently?
As in level 65, then 6 and 7, then 8?
Yeah, exactly.
Currently the same.
There were some changes to monster effectiveness that happened.
I mean, again, we've done balance all over the place. So it's what do the numbers even mean is kind of a question in itself, in general, I think a common problem people had is that the difficulty difference between the maps wasn't significant enough. And so it was you just kind of just climb and climb and climb.
Right. Yeah.
We've done some changes around that. We went very extreme at the start of this development cycle, and we've now come back on it substantially. Not to say there isn't still a larger difference than what's currently on live. So yes, the difference between a T1 and 15 on live is less than the difference that will be in 050. As in it gets harder as you climb the progression. That being said, a lot of that was also done through, because we've changed what the map mods give as well. So they have, I can't remember what the exact bonuses are now, but for example, a subset of the mods do grant effectiveness. So, quant and life and XP. And then, but what we tried to do is that every single mod on a map was something you actually were like, oh yeah, okay, this is rewarding, I want this. Whereas there were some that were a bit hit and miss before, for sure. So we've tried to do that, and so we've changed some of the outcomes given. But just now, by rolling mods on maps, you'll notice that things, because of the effectiveness, for example, that monsters can get harder, but at least then you can kind of control it, which is better than just, okay, we've moved the brick wall from here to here or whatever. It's not a great change that we made, but yeah, I would say it's not too far off what it was at a baseline level. But again, that's where also then ideally, when we do have things like difficulty curves like that, it's something that's in the player's control, not otherwise, again, let's say Jonathan's build here, he's like, okay, I'm struggling in very early Waystones, but and I raised the question to him, I was like, okay, but let's say we did this change here. It sounds good. You'll get to your tier 3 or 4, maybe 5 maps, but then you're going to hit a wall there as well, right? So it's about making sure that we do changes that aren't just okay, you're going to quit 30 minutes later instead. You'll quit the next day instead of the day before. Technically, that's better, I guess, but it's still bad. So, but it's I know that there's a lot of people who really wanted it to be that the difference in difficulty in tiers is quite significant. There's a bunch of people who don't necessarily. We tried it. It wasn't good. So having it more as you get more of the tree, more multi-choice, you get the Atlas Masters, and that being fully like agency controlled is definitely a better world than just like inherently every tier is significantly harder than the last, or some sort of more extreme jump like that. So anyway, try it and test it.
Let's talk about the Atlas Masters then, because I'm very curious. There's two fundamental changes with the Atlas tree currently coming up in 0.5, one of which is you can basically max out the entirety of the tree. I know there's notables you can change, and that's kind of how you're doing the player agency on the Atlas tree. But also the Atlas Masters are the other, like, fundamentally new, and you call them, like, ascendancy classes for the Atlas tree, which is kind of an interesting way to put it. So what are the Masters enabling you to be able to do that was something you couldn't, like, be able to put on the tree? Like, why Atlas Masters, and what is that going to help you with?
So there's a couple of things going on here. So I think one of the things that's really important to talk about with that is that why the old tree was a concern. So effectively, the old tree wasn't allowed to have anything on it that could affect content that you could see that you were going to get in advance. And the reason for that is because you'd just respec before you do it, and then be having to respec all the time. And we wanted to get to a situation where like you didn't feel like you needed to make those changes all the time. And yeah, the only way we'd had to do it before was to effectively water down the bonuses we could give. And then originally what we were saying is that we want to have it so that the customization that there is doesn't require like so much cognitive overload in terms of doing it. Like, and what I mean by that is like, okay,
Jartik, what up? Anything I missed? Anything good? I mean, nothing crazy, but so far it's been very refreshing listening to Jonathan and Mark talk about kind of light bulb moments of playing, pain points, campaign, stuff like that. So far it's actually been a really good conversation.
Okay, so the important thing to respec was like various more sort of keystone-y type things. Like there's a bunch of other bonuses, but like the stuff that kind of defines like what is interesting about what you're doing is really more about those keystone things. So like if we can bring all those key choices together in one place, it's going to feel a lot less threatening when you want to change them. And so now you've got like effectively like a nice little menu on the side of the thing of like what one of these do you want to be playing under. And then after that we were like, okay, we want to do some kind of thing where like in PoE 1 you've got like the 3 specs that you can do for your Atlas tree, and I've never kind of liked that because like I don't know, like how would I just describe like why I don't sort of like that kind of stuff. It's like it feels like it's adding even more complexity. So then I was like, okay, is there a way that we can get the idea of having 3 specs but like not have it feel like something that feels like it adds complexity, but instead make it feel thematic and cool? And so then the idea of like, well, what if each spec was like a character, and they're like, this is the stuff that they're doing, and then it feels like when you're changing between them that you've got it's just a more interesting and sort of more thematic way of achieving something like that. And I think that's actually worked pretty well. And then funnily enough, it kind of ended up feeling a little bit like what we have in PoE 1. I can't remember what the name of it's called, but the way that you can select a thing when you run a map. I think, yeah. Anyway, so yeah, like it just has a sort of a cool feel to it like that. And because you're allowed to select between these things like that, then we can have bonuses that you would want to change between before you run a map, because you can effectively just have like, okay, this is when I'm running this content, this is the master that I'm using. When I'm running that content, this is the master that I'm using, and you kind of like decide those kind of choices up front, and then it's just like one click to change between them. So now then, yeah, we put all those bonuses of like, and even in this case, we're even experimenting with having bonuses that are going to apply to the league that we're actually running right now. So there are bonuses that apply to the Runes of Alder on there, and like we feel like it's okay to do that when it's like the sort of separate thing that's on the these masters, where we didn't feel like we were comfortable doing that on the Atlas tree before. So yeah, I don't know, like it's a different concept of delivery that allows us to do a certain thing, and in this case the particular thing that it is yeah, like content that responds to like things that respond to things that you can see that are going to happen. So like I see that I'm going to run this type of map, it's going to have this type of content in, I select this master, which is going to synergize with that.
Okay. The league mechanic trees, when I was watching the review, one bit of confusion, like I know I at least myself was confused about this, so I was hoping some clarity. Are you actually able to max out the entirety of each one of the league trees? Okay, so what was the decision behind we wanted to make it where you max out the trees and entirely also in the league mechanic portion of it?
So I mean, it's the same exact argument for the regular tree, right? Like it's, we just think that it's important that for the types of bonuses that we can do, it means that we can do a bonus like, now when you kill this boss, it's going to have these additional, these additional features or drops, something like that. There's like stuff like that you just wouldn't be able to do normally because you'd be like, okay, well, I'm not going to have that allocated when I'm doing this content because I instead have this other thing. If you allocate all of them, we could just do those types of bonuses, and I think it just makes them more interesting. But yeah, so then once again, you've got the multi-choice nodes that are there to control the like, do I want to have this league be like this or like that? The multi-choice nodes effectively serve as the those decision points.
For example, there, by the way, like you can have a node that specifically enhances the difficulty and or drops of the pinnacle boss for that league. You can have one that applies to the lieutenant. You can have, and so yes, before obviously you'd have to then go, I'm about to do the pinnacle boss, or you save up a bunch of keys and then you allocate those nodes and then run them all, and then you unallocate those nodes when you go back to farming. So even with that, but the different variety of bonuses we're allowed to have invested into, it feels pretty good. It feels pretty awesome where you can be like, okay, I mean, there is the sense of ordering as you're like filling in the tree where you're like, okay, am I going to invest in this now or this later? Obviously, you're generally not going to invest in the pinnacle boss when you're like, first starting out. Not that it's at the start of the tree anyway. And so, yeah, you're generally going to want to spec into that stuff later regardless. And often in those cases, it's even blocked behind killing the pinnacle boss to start with, where it's like, okay, I can't allocate these until I kill the pinnacle for the first time. And then you can go and fill them in. And then when you do the farm, you can get the full loot. But it does create this just like really cool sense of progression of like, you're just like really evolving the loot, and there kind of isn't really a wrong choice. You're not like so scared about whether or not you're allocating A or B and whether or not it's going to be the right thing. And so you can just do it with a lot more freedom, a lot less like, fear of missing out of something. You can, but there's still a little bit of that, like, thinking about the choice and the ordering and which way you're getting it, but it just feels so much less complicated and something you can just fuck up. Of course,
Whoa.
That raised the concern, and Jonathan mentioned it, where you then lose your build per se. And this is something we've talked about a little bit, but like this is where the Atlas Master circles in. It's like, we need a system that is your build, but we need that to not be like 150 passives. It needs to be something quite clean like an Ascendancy class, hence kind of Atlas class. It's like, here's your N points you get on a quite small tree, and it's effectively like, okay, as you said, it's boiling down the actual key decisions of how things behave, like meta level decisions, as opposed to just like X% increased something. It's just like a little bit of thing. It's like very game changing, like, enables a mechanic or disables another, gives you, as I said, things that reduce the number of revives you have but increase the loot. And it's like, oh, do I want to risk that? It's like much more meaningful decisions all over the Atlas Masters. And because we can have multiple, because you can turn them off and enable them at will, and because it's not like just giant tree of overwhelmingness, it's quite easy to go, okay, I understand what this is going to do. I understand I can try it. I can just turn it off. I don't need to have like multiple respec systems in order to do it, be it gold or some orb. And then I can just go and change it. And then maybe when I'm ready later, I'll turn it on again. But the other thing it allows, and I like this, which is, of course, it allows us to make new ones in the future. If we have new characters and new Atlas Masters, maybe we sub one out, add another, you never know how these things go. Maybe we do a thing where we, move what's on class A onto class B and some of B onto C, and, you create different combinations of the classes and what they specialize in. Obviously still remaining thematic, because that's a thing that we want to stay bound to. And so there's a lot more like flexibility here in terms of changing, removing, adding, doing a bunch of like cool stuff with just like creating new builds where you can create an entire new in-game meta just by mixing up those classes. And you haven't had to change this entire 600-point Atlas passive tree kind of level grade thing where you're like, okay, we can create so many new metas with like five changes, and that's it. You just move this here, this here, this here, this here, this here, and it's like, oh, entire in-game meta changed. Now, that's if we want to do that. We don't have to, but that can be a cool level of shake-up that keeps in-game feeling way fresher and whatnot, and we haven't had to add an entire new system to do it. So
Yeah, on the topic of end game meta and stuff like that, and the player agency control of the not just the Atlas Masters, but also the multi-choice nodes we have on the Atlas tree itself, is something you brought up. I believe it was you, Mark, on the Q&A with Siggy D. Was that something that you don't have in PoE 2, but you do have in PoE 1, is the ability to respond to market changes by targeting different types of drops. So like this is kind of in the topic of combating inflation, which has been mentioned, as well as price stabilization, where you can make those choices to, hey, this is lacking a supply in the market or whatever, and then you can choose to say, well, I'm going to do that farm, and then maybe the market changes, and now the next mechanic is going to be the most lucrative, if you will. And
Yes.
one of the questions is this one of your implementation to help combat your issues with rarity affecting currency and combating inflation in general, or what's the take here?
It
Yeah.
is. It is 100% good at that, and well, yeah, go for it, Jonathan.
Well, I was going to basically say exactly that, right? Like we are trying to make it so that not only do you have things with the Atlas Masters, but you've also got things with the like which league you're focusing on. Like Ritual now being a much bigger source of uniques, for example. Yeah, if like you think, like we do want the idea that if things are in the market are off in a certain way, you feel like you can profit. Going to doing a different league, being a thing that matters more is, I think, pretty important. So that was an explicit goal. Like let's try and make it so that we can get that. Now I don't know whether that's going to have a huge effect or not, but it was one of the things we noticed that was different about PoE 1 versus 2 when we were talking about this kind of stuff. So we thought like, hey, let's add that ability a little bit more.
But like to go further into that again with the response and player agency side, and I don't actually know if we made this. It was in one of my mini spreadsheets at some point. But like, let's just say Ritual gives uniques, which yes, we've made that change. And let's just say that there was a master who had somehow an occult, or let's say a multi-choice, and it just said all the uniques offered by Ritual are now currency. And you could, with a click of a button, go click, all right, now I run rituals and I'm just getting currency instead of uniques. Not to say that's necessarily a thing, I can't remember. But that's the level of thing where it's like, well, why not allow someone to change that? Now, one might be quantifiably better than the other, but that's somewhat market dependent and somewhat what you need for your gear, for your build, your character, and whatnot. But that is a level of a literal just click one button, click another button. Like if that's a thing you want to do, that we will now be able to do with this, where you can completely.
They keep this up, they might rival Thomas and F-bombs. No, that's not possible. You already know that. Come on.
Transform what you're farming by just the click of a button. And you can do that for many of the different leagues where you're like, okay, well, I want to target this instead of that, or I want to specifically turn off A and B because C gives more currency, or I want to, I'm farming more bosses, so I want to make the bosses do this at the cost of something else. There's just all kinds of different things that you can do, and it's so much more approachable and simple, which is awesome. So I do expect that to happen, by the way. I do expect people to be, those who care about it, to be dynamically responding their builds to the economy, which I know a lot of people care about, myself included, right? That's what you're going to do. So what you have as a day one build might not be your day two build, might not be your day three build, entirely just due to I want to make the most amount of wealth from an economical standpoint, as opposed to necessarily like what's best for your character, because I understand getting wealthy is often what's best for your character. So, that will happen, almost certainly. And it's not going to take a whole bunch of gold and unshaping orbs and everything to do it. So that's good.
That's a good sign.
I know you guys put, I think it was in the patch notes, you guys said you put like Exceptionos and Fracturing Orbs around the Atlas tree now as well, correct?
Aaron, sorry for ignoring you when you popped into my stream. It's the new meta. I'm going on Twitch, completely ignoring chat for the entire stream. Dude, I go to Frosty's stream the other night to say hi, and he basically told me go pound sand. I was like, come on, bro. No, it's okay. I know you're focused. No big deal. No big deal. I mean, I'll never come back again, but, totally fine, dude. Totally fine.
Mm-hmm. I think that's correct. One more example of it.
That can be seen as taking something away, which obviously it is to some degree. But what it's also allowing you to do is be exposed to the fact that it exists at all. which is kind of cool because you can see the node. You can go, "What the hell is that?" And you can click the keyword, and you're like, "Oh, I see what this is. That's cool."
So you're like, tutorial, which is quite cool. You know, like you now know those mechanics just because the tree tells you about them.
Mm-hmm. And think about that angle. Okay, one more question about the Atlas, and we'll move on and talk about the League mechanic. Destructive play is like kind of one of my favorite ways to farm in PoE1, right? And you were talking about the more focus on unique map bosses. It's not really a current strategy in 0.5. Like you're not really going and targeting down map bosses currently. Is this something you expect? I've seen you've been giving love to unique map bosses, farming strategy so far the way from what we've seen on the Atlas tree. So are you guys trying to make that into a potential strategy?
Should ideally be one.
It should to some degree for sure. I mean, it depends if you think of it as the map boss versus, say, I would say an example is the summoning circles, being able to invest in that and do stuff with that is a way of getting more boss fights. I understand it's not the map boss. There are definitely ways to... Well, I guess you got the Overseer's Tablet, of course, which is a way of trying to be more boss-centric. I get it's not quite the same as what you're mentioning.
Need to figure out single target Act 1 on minions. I mean, right now we would already have Tame Beast if it was the new League. Good single target skill early on for bossing.
Which is more just like fighting a bunch of ruckus at the same time. But as something that we're trying, there's a little bit of like, okay, and Jonathan said this to me literally today, which is that fighting multiple bosses at once is almost always worse than fighting one at a time. Like you just lose that cohesion, you lose that combat feel. Now it can be, you can have a twinned fight that is designed and they're a bit tag teamy and all that, but it often isn't good to just spawn a bunch of bosses on you all at the same time. Because it just implies, it's one of that same thing again, where now you just have to have the defenses to not insta-die because you can't tell what's happening. So adding more bosses is something that Summoning Circle mechanic tries to do, and there are other ways to do that for sure. There's like a new type of Delirium mirror that spawns a cloned boss from a map. So like we want to definitely spawn more bosses, but I don't want to just spawn like 6 bosses in a room all together and just let you deal with it, right? It just, the combat just goes out the window.
Which we do have in the Rite of the Nameless, but in the Rite of the Nameless we do offset them from spawning. Like they don't all just suddenly spawn to start.
Yeah, it's still
they spawn. They're not like one at a time, but they do stagger so that like you've got time to potentially kill the boss first, and then before the next one. And so ideally, it's kind of like like it's a bit of it's a tough fight, but you're not it's not just like 5 bosses enter a room with you.
That being said, we have a bit of work to still do on getting ritual combat to be a bit better, right? Like it is.
Aaron, is this the EHG podcast tour? Yes,
it is It is one of the things, like, I mean, obviously getting that many monsters in a bit of a claustrophobic situation can just be a bit of a mess. And so that's still something we are going to work on, is getting that combat to be a bit better as well, just as a thing to hopefully do between 050 and release. But yes, in that context, definitely staggering them is the play, because yes, what the hell is fighting 5 bosses, and not now just 5 bosses in the boss arena. You're talking about 5 bosses in this little circle with a bunch of rat tornadoes or something going around. You have no idea what's going on.
Podcast tour, you could do that. Yep,
we'll try and make that as clean as possible.
All right, well, let's talk about the Runes of Aldor then, this season's League mechanic. Now, one of the major sticking out points is obviously Runic Ward. I don't think many people saw that one coming. That was a bit of a surprise when I saw that one. So what was the thought process of coming to the conclusion that, okay, we need another defensive of some sort, and this time we're going to put it under life? Like, that's pretty unique. So how'd you come to that point?
That's very unique.
I think it maybe started... Did it start with the skills first or the ward first? I can't actually remember which way around it was, but I feel like it might have been the skills. And we were talking about, like, what resource could we consume... I mean, it came together in one conversation, but I'm trying to remember exactly like which way around it was. But the skills in the Runic Ward were definitely designed together, like in terms of what that. Like we sort of knew that we wanted something. So okay, for a while we've wanted to have. It's like you start with having it so that all of the skills are limited to weapon types, but then after that you then break the rule and actually have the stuff that goes between the weapon types. And so we knew for a while we wanted to have skills that can work across, so you can do some interesting stuff, and it like expands the universe of what builds are possible by quite a lot. So it was just a question of like, what can the restriction be so that it's like to make it so that there's something there that we can have that still sort of limits it, because we were talking about how if we're doing skills like this, we didn't believe that something like mana would actually necessarily work for the type of skills that we want to do, where it's like sort of unrestricted like that. So then we're like, okay, if we've got another resource and like we don't really want to do life, and then we talked about like, do we make it like Vile skills where you've got like the soul thing? We kind of didn't like that either. And yeah, I'm not sure exactly how we ended up with Runic Ward as the description, but I did like the fact that you've got something that's a hybrid defense and offense, and you can kind of scale that depending on what you do. So yeah, that it ended up pretty well, and I'm enjoying playing with it as well. Like I do.
Bro, those 3 bugs just nuked us on the beach. Oh my gosh.
Now, especially that there's a proper sound when you run into it, like you do know that it's saving you. So that's been pretty nice. So I'm a big fan of that. But ultimately, yeah, it came from the skills first, I believe, of like you wanted to have a new resource that can power something like that.
Those are dangerous. You're on the beach.
I honestly can't remember the conversation, but yeah, we started with like, well, Peri 1 has Ward, and we're like talking about things that we could do that are of Kalgurin theming, and we ended up going, it was just like, we're not really satisfied with how it works. Like fundamentally, it's like very niche, it's very end game, it relies on all these uniques and mechanics to actually be good, and we need something that's fundamental to the campaign here, something that can help everyone. And then we went through all, like, as we do, we just have our meetings of design rants, and we went through many iterations and somehow ended up with what we have. And I think it is a significant upgrade over what, if we had just copy pasted from what was in Peri 1 there, it would have not been anywhere near as good. So yeah, it's quite satisfied with how that ended up. But it is always hard to forget these frantic conversations we have where we're just like, it's honestly like sometimes it's 30 minutes and you have like 500 iterations, and sometimes it's several hours and you have like 3 iterations. But easier to remember those ones. This was one of those short and fast, snappy, ruckus conversations for sure that ended up quite satisfying.
I am hoping that people find use for Runic Ward skills and like whatever build that they're doing. Like I think that probably will be the case. Like we've made quite a few. There's quite a few ones that are general enough as well, and a surprising number of minion ones. So Ghazi will be happy to hear about that, I guess. But yeah, there's quite a bit going on there. The one I'm using on my current build is like honestly pretty fun. It looks simple. It's this thing where you called Repulsion, where you it actually, I think when we did the live stream, it was a mark, but then we decided that we liked it as a curse better. So it's a curse that you apply to the monsters, and when they take a bit of damage, the curse gets removed and it does an explosion that pushes all the monsters away. And if you've got large monster density and you use it on a pack, like the monsters just get absolutely like when they just spread everywhere. Like it's quite fun. So I'm enjoying that one, and hopefully we don't need to nerf it because I'm enjoying it. But that's the one that I'm using at the moment. But yeah, there's quite a lot of interesting ones. And I suspect that what I'm hoping is that there might be some like ward only builds even at endgame, which I think will be interesting. Like we'll try and build one in the office, and maybe we'll even do a video on it to see if we can do like a ward only character, just to see how that goes. But the skills are primarily designed to be used as sort of like extra things that you can use on your other builds as well.
One question about the league mechanic itself is I was re-listening to the Ziggy D Q&A while I was prepping, and Mark, you said that you thought you could get up to 22 rare mob modifiers potentially when paired with the expedition when doing the Rune of Aldor, right?
Will they nerf the boss build? It's not out yet. We don't even know if it's good. Anger, what up?
So one of my questions for you is this kind of intended to be a strategy, sort of like, I don't know, like the Alva Temple, for instance, where it's like, okay, you can farm it for specifically what the drops are, but also like it can be a juicy mechanism where we're building this. So another way to play it is you do this actually just to juice the rare mobs themselves, and you're actually farming the mobs for the drops by adding more and more modifiers on.
That was the intention, yes, that both are a viable option. Now, the example I gave there is obviously the extreme.
Of course. Yeah.
Like, you're not going to have that happen every time, for sure. But I do want it to be a strategy for sure, especially now that the mods don't display all vertically down the screen. Those specific mods don't. There's just like a little line of runes under the monster's life bars. And yeah, but my hope is that there is a strategy at endgame. Obviously, it's a relatively high-end strategy, where once you are using logbooks and doing those grand expeditions, as we've called them. I don't know if there's an official name yet, but that's what I'll keep, the big old expeditions, that you are thinking, okay, on some of the remnants, you're like, okay, I want this chase reward. And on others where you're like, nah, I don't really care too much about, this and that. Like, I think I can push the monsters to be more valuable than the things that are offered by them.
Quigs, what up?
That you're actually thinking, okay, I'm going to try and pick the highest variety of different runes possible so that you pass them along and try and get as many remnants as possible in the dynamite chain. And then you're just like, okay, obviously each one then passes them on. So you're going to get every monster. The first one will be like, okay, pretty standard rewards. Second one a bit more. Third one a bit more. Fourth one a bit more. It's like, how long can this dynamite chain go? How many remnants can I get in it? And then you get to the point where you're just like, all right, like, what am I actually even fighting now? That's the hope, is that there are still people. And again, because you can control what the mods are, what the rewards are, what the where the bombs are, the order of them, you can control the difficulty and rewards entirely as you please. One other thing we've changed with expeditions, by the way, which I think has been a significant upgrade, though a semi-controversial internal one, but
I think it's way better. I think it's way
the same way, which is when you set a dynamite, you got your dynamite chain. When the first one goes off, you have to kill a certain number of the monsters.
Aaron, you finally got directions and where to go on the map? I know. We're going to be able to kind of see it now.
Before the dynamite will continue. So what would often happen is that a fast build, when doing the logbooks were before, or expeditions, you could just kill as you're going. And what some people did is they'll just detonate the entire chain and then just like clear backwards almost. And what some people would do is just clear with it, but effectively now they're not even seeing the bombs. Like the bombs have all detonated off screen and they're just following the chain of minimap icons, clearing everything. Yeah. So now like it's like finish the encounter, next bomb goes off, finish the encounter, next bomb goes off, finish the encounter, next bomb. So you're following it, actually following it, seeing the detonation, seeing what's emerging, doing the fight, and you're following along. It just feels so much smoother. Though I know that there's
way more, by the way, like it's way better.
I agree. I think it's significantly better, but I know it immediately had people going, but I like to just detonate the whole thing and then just wait ages and then clear it all, going backwards or whatever. And I was like, wow, too bad, because the pros outweigh the cons here, IMO.
Too bad.
It's just significantly better.
Aaron just put this on so he doesn't have to talk to us today. No, this video's been highly requested that I watch during stream. I've already paused it 100 times. See? Guys, why am I playing Twisters? Actually, don't answer that question.
One couple other changes I noticed was 10 runes instead of 8 in the patch notes, right? I think the reveal said it was like 8 cap, and I think in the patch notes it said it was upwards of 10.
I think the reason for that is because there's a that might have been me accidentally disclosing a hidden thing that was supposed to be a hidden thing about how there's like a secret thing that you can get up to 10. I think I might have accidentally said that. Like, I think the normal limit is 8.
Okay.
There's like a bespoke 10 length and 9 length one. They're not like traditional. It's something that when you find, you're gonna be like, what the fuck is this kind of thing?
Yeah. So there's like, that was probably just my bad, just like looking at the table and being like, okay.
Aaron's going meta because you like to suffer. But I liked having to fight 3 juiced Val constructs at the same time. Nope. That's not meaningful combat.
Like, there's probably a few things I accidentally disclosed in the patch notes that were intended to be hidden, but it's fine. We'll just we'll see.
How do you?
By all means, we don't mind.
Yeah, spoil it. How do you actually decide what you want to like leak or show in the review and what you don't? Like, I mean, that's got to be kind of a hard decision on, you want to keep enough hype going, right? Like, you want people to know some stuff's coming and be excited. Like, you got to tease Mageblood's coming. You can't tease what it is, right? So, like, how do you decide what makes the cut on the teaser and what you want to be, like, discovered, like, the hidden ascendancies, for instance, like you did with Abyssal?
I don't know, really. It's sort of hard to decide, but, like, there are certain things... Well, okay, like a random example is like not to, like in the patch notes we said there are 3 barracks rings. People are going to make some assumptions about what that might mean. Like there are things like that we're just like this, like in some ways, like it can be obvious to people what the hidden things are, but that can be its own form of excitement because now you're going to be asking, well, how does that work? What do you do? And the way that does work is quite hidden. So we'll have to see whether people do that. I know Jeff actually was saying to me, he's like, as a player, I would never find this. So hopefully people do actually end up discovering that. But all it takes is one, and then everyone will know. So there are secrets like that around. But yeah, I don't know. It just like we want to make sure that there's just enough things where it feels like people have found something. And actually, there's that other whole system we didn't tell people about. Oh, I'm not even going to mention it. No, screw it. There's a whole bunch of like, I would say there's more like. I
don't even know what he's talking about.
You do know what I'm talking about. The one that's the most ridiculous.
You have to tell me afterwards because obviously
the one that's the most ridiculous.
Why wait?
The one that's the most
there are
ridiculous.
surprises that we want to have. But anyway, the thing is, we actually got enough hidden surprises in this patch that I feel like it's kind of okay to disclose a lot of things because there's quite a lot more of them. Like I feel like there's probably more hidden, random, weird stuff in this patch than we've probably ever done. I don't know if you'd agree with that, Matt, but it seems like it to me.
It should be. I'm a huge advocate for pushing for and I just declare it at the start. I'm like, this is a thing no one's allowed to know about, and then I just hope that no one says anything.
It's easy to make mistakes though, because people don't know what stuff's going to be hidden, and so I might just randomly, blunder into things and like.
There are other things where we're like,
he's leaking everything. It's on the roadmap. You can leak it. See? Wait, this ain't Bylina.
okay, but is it just going to get data mined in minute 0 anyway, and thus people? But then it's like, oh, maybe even that in itself is exciting because people don't know if what's data mined is actually enabled or not. So you start adding bait and you put in little things that are just like, to intentionally make people feel the sense of mystery. So even if it is a thing that will get data mined, it doesn't necessarily mean it's there. If it's like, there are things that are unintentional. Like I don't know if the patch notes actually ended up with this, but all of the, for example, have we disclosed all of the hidden anoints? We expressed some. We're like, here's some that you get from the.
We didn't list them. We didn't list them. We
went over some in the live stream and the presentation, and we went over here's a few examples. But then there's a whole bunch undiscovered. And so it's like, I wouldn't say that's a secret. It's just like we want people to discover stuff. We want some people. And then there's the stuff like the actual secrets where we're just like, nah, good luck finding this. And we look forward to day 29 where someone figures this out or something. I want some sense of discovery over the league that's more than just like, what is your build and what is the meta? Like stuff that's actually in-world discoverable things. And yeah, sometimes it gets figured out in like an hour and you're like, oh well, whatever. Still, that's something. But
it's funny that you mentioned this with the bait thing because I'm still looking at the data mine of Demon Magus and just waiting for something to happen. Like oh yeah, you're laughing. I'm sitting here with you balls.
No, it was a real thing. It's not.
It was. I did have a quick. Sorry.
It will be a real thing one day. It wasn't intended.
Okay. I'm just trying not to go off on my notorious 15-minute minion rant here after Jonathan's comment earlier. I did have a curiosity about the league mechanic, which kind of weaves into the history of GGG. You guys have never shied away from trying out-of-the-box crazy things, roguelike things like Sekima, Sanctum, Auto Battlers, Todia, DM's favorite TD Blight. And we saw a meteor crashing on the Infinite Atlas, utilizing the Infinite Atlas for the immersion of a meteor crashing down. It looks really cool. This small little snippet looks fantastic. And then the question I have for this is the idea of changing /and/or terraforming the Atlas something that you'll want to explore further in future updates or even leagues moving forward?
I definitely think that we're going to do more of that for sure. I mean, Doyani does have, as one of the Atlas Masters, does have a light terraforming ability. He's got the ability to change one biome into another. Like as part of his Atlas Master abilities.
Okay. All right.
It's not completely controllable. You can't just make the whole world a desert, but he does have some light ability to do that, and so there's things like that we can do. But yeah, that actually matters quite a lot with the new Atlas tree, because the new Atlas tree has a bunch of things that are biome specific. Like this is a thing that happens in forest, and this is a thing that happens in deserts. So then, and there's also the ability to say like this biome behaves as this other biome in addition, and stuff like that, like with multi-choice stuff. And so there's like things like that going on that like make the biomes matter more. And then the ability for Diani to then be able to do some terraforming means that there's some strats there ideally that you could do with him. But yeah.
But I mean, yeah, like the imagination can immediately run wild. It's like, it's less hypothetical. This has not been discussed before, but it's like, okay, what does it look like for blight using for, whatever blight ends up being in whatever world at some point in time. But like, okay, why not have actual blighted growths that appear on the Atlas and start growing and start like overrunning things? And why not have I don't know, things invading from here, and you can do anything, right? I mean, the imagination can run wild.
We've got the breach domains appearing on the Atlas now. That's not like something that happens in front of you, but I mean, the fog bank thing and delirium, the delirious like area, that sort of feels a little bit like it as well, where like the Atlas gets transformed, this event happens and that kind of stuff. Like, I mean, yeah, we're absolutely going to do. Like, we want every league to have more mechanics that happen on the Atlas. Like, that is an explicit thing of, like, every league should at least have something that interacts with the Atlas in a more interesting way.
Because, like, my mind went completely off when I saw that. I was like, they're probably going to do something like Catan League or Risk play, where we're, like, pushing out settlements. Now we're playing RTS on the Infinite Atlas. That's where my mind went, and I was like, I can't wait for that.
Well, I do have a discussion I need to have with Mark, actually. About some 1.0 league ideas. So we'll see how we go with
RTS.
And you guys are adding so much, like such scale of content here. Like you're adding tons of crafting, for instance. You're just all of the different changes to the Atlas Masters, like you're talking about the terraforming Atlas. How much of it is it when you're creating something, you're preemptively looking at it and being like, oh, well, this could be a problem. Like this will make crafting too strong. And like how much of this is like emergent gameplay, which we're just going to put it out into the wild and like see what the players do with it. And then we'll do changes after. Like, what's the balance like?
Well, so we try to think of everything we can, but we also assume that there will be a million things we didn't think of. So it's kind of like, it is really both of those things. But yeah, we do try as hard as we can to try and understand the interactions. But yes, there's just a lot of inherent risk the moment that you add all sorts of stuff like this, that you just do get something that you didn't expect. So yeah, you just assume that that's also going to happen.
That's fair. When it comes to like the progression, PoE 1 has had years, a decade plus of content and lessons learned, and the progression of new leagues and trying things out. PoE 2 has only had, or quote unquote only, it's pretty fresh out the gate, but we have had 2 considered full-blown league releases, and with the 0.3 Abyss and 0.4 Alpha, which we had recently, right? So I'm just curious, what kind of lessons have you guys learned from previous league releases, which has been helpful for the 0.5 one when it comes to PoE 2?
It's a tricky question because, like, I mean, we effectively learn these lessons every time. We've been doing it for so many years. The thing I guess we've been fighting. I was thinking about this earlier when we were talking, actually. It's like, in a way, we've been fighting this content war against PoE 1, where it's like, okay, it's like PoE 1 has all the stuff. We need to get PoE 2 to some kind of standard. And so that's been like why we've needed to, in these recent leagues, to like, make something that feels very, very substantial. And like 050 hopefully wins the war there now. And it's like, we've reached the point where, we've reached the point where we can say that we're an ARPG that has enough content. And that's why we're now able to say like, okay, before 1.0, we can focus more on like balance and all that sort of stuff, right? But it's like,
Hammer says, I need to get back into this game. I think Grim Dawn is better. Better than what? What are you talking about? Better than PoE? Better than PoE 2?
I honestly feel sorry for other ARPGs in some way, where like they have to, like, in order to even get to the point of being able to say you're competitive, you have to first win this like war versus PoE 1 of like the amount of shit that's in a game. So that's very hard. It's like, it's weird that how we also had to fight that. But yeah, like Look, I feel like we do know how to make a league at this point and all the things you need to have in it. Like, I mean, in fact, there's a very popular GDC talk that Chris made, which I still think is 100% correct in terms of the stuff that you need to have in a league to make it work. And ultimately, all of it with PoE2, it's just we need to just take that stuff, you know, even better and like get it to a polished level that is like higher than what we even needed to do before and that kind of thing. But like, I mean, we know how to do it. We've done so many leagues at this point.
Honestly, the newest discovery, I would say that is probably the hardest thing, is integrating it into the start of the game.
Yeah,
Because the start of PoE2, like one thing that we didn't want to do, and I'd say PoE1 has failed at this numerous times, is like all of a sudden you start the game and then you're just in some subzone that's in some other dimension and you're like, what is happening? And it's like, okay, can you really say your game is like gothic horror if you're, you know, going into some person's memory or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, you just where am I? Like, what's even going on? It's like can get a bit techie, can get a bit sci-fi, can get a little bit like just out of there. So honestly, when we're thinking like, it's a big thing that comes up now. When we were even thinking like, what the hell? Like, can we really just have a bunch of Val stuff in the forest at the start of
that one was interesting. That one was interesting because we weren't going to do like when we designed that league originally. Going into the past was the only thing. Like we didn't have the past versus present temple, and the present day temple was a response to the fact that it felt immediately strange to walk out and be in Act 1, and then you're randomly traveling into the past in this Val thing. And so like we effectively had to make another version of like a bunch of those rooms in order to make that work and sort of still feel reasonable in Act 1. Yeah. And so that is something we never would have done. We never would have done that in PoE1.
For sure, 100%. Because you had that full pristine temple with all the living Val and everything. But like right now you encounter that at like second half of Act 3. It's a whole moment. If you just come out and you're fighting some basic zombies, a couple of crabs, and then you're just fighting like the full force of the like maximum power Val armies with the you just and then you go back and you're just in a forest fighting a wolf and you're
bro, nerfing essences? I mean, we don't know yet. Better is subjective. I like most ARPGs, including Grim Dawn. That's right. Why is your game not PoE1, PoE2? It's actually really funny saying we have to compete against ourselves. I think the mistake John did isn't that he didn't read enough Steam forums and negativity comments. Like people said that running was bad. They should have said, okay, we made a mistake with running. We instead have speed up game and delete running. It's like they don't want to admit their mistake and keep blind with their community hypers. I don't know. I mean, they've made tons of changes to quality of life, right? This iteration. I don't know if I want to play hardcore or SSF. It's strange coming back to a game and not remembering much. That makes it fun. I was wondering why I had so many passives to assign. Didn't realize they transferred my character to standard. Yeah, that was yesterday. Last night they did the conversion. You can use one essence. That's right.
Like, what the hell's going on here? You know, and so it was a stupid amount of work because now we had to make undead versions of all the monsters. We had to make, and that, you know, some of them needed. And as soon as a thing's undead, it can't use the same animation set. It has to look more death. Like, you know, it's just a ton of work. And then all of a sudden, all the environment art, you have to have a destroyed version, a rundown version of every single room. It's like. And I'm like, why do we do this again? So Act 1 and 2 can, but it honestly makes so much of a difference than just like, you know, the world doesn't matter because I can just, you know, apparently
This is going to be something that in 1.0 is going to be a real challenge, right? Because we're expecting obviously a lot of people who haven't played the game before. It's really important that whatever we choose for the league to be, it has to be in every area, and yet it also has to be that it doesn't feel out of place. Honestly, like looking at it now, I'm like the Runes of Elder actually does that pretty damn well, and it's almost a shame that we did that one here and not in 1.0 because that would have been a really good 1.0 league. But we have to effectively somehow pull that off again and make another league that feels like fine in Act 1 and but also fine in end game, that kind of thing. So
we have to do it 1,000 more times, right? So
I suppose so, but like it's especially important for 1.0 in my opinion, just because you've got so many new players. But yeah, it's always going to have to be something that we consider that we never really thought about in PoE1 when we were designing leagues. There, it was just whatever, like I guess the feeling always was that, like, people have played this a bunch of times, like, like it's okay to just have like a weird eldritch nightmare on the beach. It's fine. Like we'll just live with it. It's okay.
I mean, we have gotten better at it in PoE1 as well over time, but it certainly had its moments where it was like, what the hell is going on this beach right now?
Mm-hmm.
In the swamp with the rowers, and all of a sudden I'm in some other place. It's just...
It's kind of funny. It's funny you mentioned it from that way. I actually never thought of it that way, but you're like, it does kind of make sense. Like if you're not really familiar with PoE at all, when you play the game for the first time, and you're just like, what the hell is going on here? Yeah. But speaking of league mechanics, talk a little bit about some of the ones that are reworked here. I got a few basic questions around that. So Breach. We'll talk about Breach for a moment here. The Genesis tree is coming. Big surprise. They brought it back from PoE1 goes to PoE2, and it looks even bigger in PoE2, notably only jewelry, right? But like, what kind of changes and lessons did you have to learn from the PoE1 to implement it in PoE2, and what did you know you wanted in it and what you didn't want?
A big decision we made, and this is like a big, honestly, philosophical thing that could have future ramifications that we end up having to go back on, because it wasn't too long ago where we had, tile loot versus ground loot versus all that kind of stuff, being a thing in PoE1, and I'm sure it will come up again another 100 times. But you have this thing where, should a league just give the same drops, aside from ignore the bosses and their unique drops, should a league's rewards just be the same as world drops? Should it be at its ceiling worse than world drops? Should it be, there's all these different questions here. And the thing is that what we have decided here, and this is an actual conscious decision we made, is that we wanted the rewards from leagues to be able to be better than world drops. And then thus comes to the important part that comes from it, which is it can't be better than everything. It has to be better than some sort of category for some sort of build. So it's not exclusively better. It's not like, the thing that comes from here is 100% better than everything else. It's like for this build, for that build, these types of characters or whatever are definitely going to want items from this kind of league. Now, I'm not saying it's easy to get. It's not like it's just trivial. It's not like it completely demeans the world drops. But we have made the decision here for sure that we wanted to say, and the Genesis tree was the big thing that we discussed when we were doing this, is like, well, do we want to be able to get things that can be better than what you can find in the world? And
ultimately, it's the vision of the devs that makes the game, not the players. It's just my opinion, but I've read a lot of negativity. But don't you not like the game, Zaya? So you're Team Grim Dawn, which is fine, and you don't like PoE2. So wouldn't you say that, maybe you're leaning into the negativity a little bit? What the PR with the streamer? What black magic is this? Does EHG know this can... we can watch a podcast without you referring to Last Epoch. Can we do that? Maybe.
Now, obviously, you still have to do the league in order to get the crafting material in order to create them. So you can't just fully bypass the itemization as is. But this is a decision we made. And as a result, yes, you get some pretty powerful stuff on the Genesis tree, and it's going to be pretty hard to get, but it is a thing you can do. But that is something you'll start seeing a little bit more from every league, where some are... For example, the Runes of Elder, and let's say it goes core and all of that. I mean, probably for some builds, the socketables that come from it are going to be better than any you could probably find in world drops for certain gear, certain slots, right? There's these avenues for each, and hence why the Genesis tree is focused primarily on jewelry. Like it just straight up gives some of the best items, especially for casters and summoners in particular, that you'd be able to get compared to things that you could find in the world. And I understand some people are like, I don't want that. I just want the world drops to be better. And some people are like, no, that's the target farming. That's what I want to be able to get. That's what I want. I see that and I want to go for it. And there's a bit of a different crowd for both there. And sometimes it tilts too far where it's like, well, what's the point in doing anything but breaches?
Sure.
Just do the breach and move to the next area, do the breach, move to the next area. So there is a balance there for sure. And it can pretty easily over time tilt one way or the other. So we'll see what happens here, I guess. But But the important thing PoE 2 does that PoE 1 hasn't been doing as well at, but is still something that we have a similar philosophy on, is that it should be that at least it's not for like every slot. Like if the Genesis tree could get best armor, best helmet, best gloves, best boots, best weapons, best everything. Well, what the hell why do anything else? At least now it's like, okay, I can possibly for some builds get the best amulet, probably for all builds actually get the best amulet. Sort of. And then for some, get the best rings for summoners and casters, and for, you know, that kind of example, then at least you're wanting to go, okay, here's why I want to do Breach. I'll get these items when I have them good, and then I'll do this other league for this other slot, and do this other league for this other slot, and that's the 3 leagues.
Podcast, yep. I'm team TLI and LE. Gonna play PoE 2 while waiting for the next 2 seasons of those games. Nice.
You're farming, and then once you've got those gear, maybe you change to some other leagues, all the meanwhile trying to get mage bloods from World Drop and to do headhunters and all of that, and, you know, your classics. So yeah, that is a decision we've actually made here. That is,
Why aren't you invited to the podcast? It's a good question. Yeah, good. I'll figure out the answer.
We've never really necessarily talked about, at least not for years, about whether or not we want rewards from leagues to ultimately be better than World Drops or more exclusive, or, you know, things that are ultimately exclusive to it. So it's a decision. It's where we're at, and we're going to try it, and hopefully we'll see how it goes.
That brings up 2 interesting challenges for me. One is how do you educate the players on knowing if there's the best of each of these? How do you overcome the challenge of making sure that the education portion of the players, so they know that you can get the best of each one of these leagues from each? And the other portion is then, how do you handle the situation of things like Alkengo, like the most standard, I'm going to run a map? Like if every other league mechanic has the best of something, does that mean Alkengo has like the worst of everything? Like how do you handle both of these challenges?
From the educational standpoint, well, that's kind of in each's league's responsibility. You'll learn that over time, generally speaking. But that's where the things like, okay, the Genesis tree, you can read the nodes, you can see the helper text, you can see what kind of stuff you can get out of it. You might not know exactly what mods, what tiers, and what values, but honestly, I prefer that to be within the discovery axis anyway. What it does say is your rings can now be X, and you're like, okay, well, that, like, you know, summon a bunch of
one way people might find that out now is because when they mouse over their item, there'll be a little build guide note there being like, you need to go to the Genesis tree and do this. So that can be one way that people will be finding that out.
Oh, there you go.
True, for sure. And so, okay, so what the other thing is let's say there's enough leagues and every league covers every slot. So like, let's say with there's 10 leagues and each league is best at one slot. Well, one.
Aaron wasn't invited because he's the Dragonkin guy. Mark hates Dragonkin. That's not true. Aaron's the Lord of the Red Rings guy. What?
Do I need to do anything but you can't do all 10 leagues at once, which is good. But it is obviously still important that, you know, for example, you still have to craft these items. You can't, like, even if you could print the base type, you can't just like infinitely now craft that item, right? So that's an important thing of needing to make sure that you're still acquiring all the core currency. You still have to do the content with the leagues in it to do it, obviously. But yeah, this is a risk. Like, for sure, I can see a world where this is just like, okay, well, any ring or amulet that ever drops in the wild, like, sure, it can be okay, it can be good, but it can't be the best. That is the consequence of this. It is a 100% the actual consequence. And I do believe they can generally be good enough. And as long as that we're niche enough with what the leagues are doing, that it won't be too problematic. But shit, it's easy to cross that line. And now, rest in peace, all rings on the floor. Just may as well filter them off and you'll never see them again. It is a fuck up that can occur. It is the actual risk. And as we add more and more content and it fills more and more of these voids, that this, yes, you will reach that tipping point where now world drops suck. You will, almost certainly. It is something we will try to not have happen. But, you know, in leagues down the line, yep, probably will. And there's always a way to address it. It's often just some...
So relatable now. What time stamp are you at on the video? 140, 55 minutes left.
like one of those, then okay, we've done this massive rebalance of this, retargeted this, and this, but like it's obviously hard to know when we're not there yet because we don't have enough leagues covering enough slots to actually result in this problem yet. So still quite hypothetical, but like I can see how it will occur, you know, a year to whatever after release. It will just be like, okay, whoops, we did it, and now there's, you know, you filter out more and more items eventually. You run certain leagues. But at least there's the other benefit there, which is you can only run a certain number of leagues at a time. So at the very least, you'll be like varying your gameplay. You're still going to be chasing for, and because your tree juices everything, like you're not like, I'm only, because that is another actual benefit, and it's something that suffers a little bit in PoE 1. So let's say on your core Atlas tree, you like juice ultimatum. That doesn't do anything to the rest of the map, generally. I'm talking at like a general level here. And so if you're fully invested in that league, or in League A, B, and C, you'll generally zone and do League A, B, and C, and then because the rest of the map isn't invested in at all, you could just say, I'm going to leave, right? Because the value of doing more of those as fast as possible, assuming infinite map items, which you have probably most of the time, you'll just go farm that thing over and over and over and over again. In PoE 2, because you can get full investment, like that map is as valuable as it's going to be. And that league, every league is fully invested, and those leagues are as valuable as it's going to be. And so, like, aside from tablet modifiers specifically being one of the only access, and I guess technically choice on the Atlas Masters, but those are quite broad, or can be quite broad, you're generally going to want to kill everything, clear everything, and you're not going to have this thing where some stuff is hyper-juiced and other things are just at like base level worthlessness going on in the map.
Well, I don't know whether it was in the patch notes either, but it probably was. But do people know about the whole thing that we've done with tablets and like the random content? I'm not sure if you, I don't know if you guys are aware about this. Like, that's on the same vein, by the way, which is that it was really important to us to make it so that you don't feel the need to juice everything. Because like this is coming back to that idea about like, you know, like reducing the amount of time that it takes to kind of get to the point where you can do infinite farm. There was this thing we wanted to say is that once you've filled all your tablet slots, you actually don't get random things appearing anymore, and that means that you don't feel the need to juice everything. Like you can juice the several mechanics that you want to do, or like maybe it's just even one mechanic if you want to. You put all the tablets as being that thing, and then now no other random content doesn't appear, so you kind of don't have that. It's fighting against that same problem again of like needing to, you know, of like making it like, so once again you'd have the situation where if we had it so that to what Mark was saying, where a random breach could appear even though what you're doing is delirium, then it would mean that you've got content in the map you don't actually want to complete, and that's kind of the thing we're trying to avoid there. So you still can go the random route if you want by using like irradiated tablets and stuff like that, but if you want to but if you're just focusing on a specific leagues, you just do it that way.
I had a quick follow-up to what you were saying, Mark, about you have to do the league mechanic to engage with the crafting part of that league mechanic. And as someone who very much enjoys being a hideout warrior, crafting items in PoE 1, just sitting in your hideout and just doing my crafting, it sounds to me like the idea is to kind of like funnel the people into, for you to engage with this quote-unquote best in slot items for XYZ builds, you have to engage with league mechanic. You have to quote-unquote play the game. You know, you can't just sit in your hideout. Is that an intentional design, or is that just a byproduct of the current design that you have right now?
I mean, you can still buy the items. So, I mean, at the end of the day, you can still. But is it intentional? I'd say most of the time it is intentional.
Who's just gonna buy their items? Just go to asynchronous trade and go to the currency exchange and just snag what they want. What a horrible, you know, I never question. Is there a way to upgrade blank support skill gems? No. So like if you have a tier 1, you made a tier 1 and now you want tier 2, you got to find a new gem. Gives Aaron a stern look. You wait, me? That sounds broken, Mr. Bazaar. Oh, come on. You can always sit in your hideout if there's trait. Guys, not me. I'm more of a hardcore SSF kind of guy. What if you haven't used the gem yet? So like you have like a tier 1 support and you want to upgrade that gem to like a tier 3. No, you can't do that either.
I'm just trying to think of all the examples.
Is
Damn
Hiveblood the
it!
only one
I
like
know.
that, though,
Sorry.
really?
Yeah, I mean, but here's the thing: like, you can either always you can either buy the thing to do the crafting, or you can buy the thing at the end, right? Like, generally speaking, some element of, because we try and keep almost everything tradable. But Hiveblood in particular, yes. But then, okay, you can't trade, excess tribute offered. For wanting to do Rite of the Nameless spams. You can't trade. What else can't you? Obviously, you can't trade breach biomes, right?
Right.
So there's like different things of stuff that can be traded and can't be traded. But generally speaking, we've tried to make sure, all the rewards can be. We've tried to make sure that pinnacle keys can be traded and stuff like that. But yeah, there's going to be some leagues where you won't just be able to entirely sit in your hideout to do the crafting. You'll have to just buy the product if that's what you're wanting to do. Like, if you don't want to breach, you're just going to have to buy the breach items. And if you do breach, well, then you get to sell it to those people, I guess. So win-win for everyone, ultimately, at the end of the day. Which is a cool thing, by the way, because it still comes down to that meta market shifting. And I actually think this isn't... I don't know how I ultimately feel about this when I actually will play it in an actual economy. But let's say minion meta. Let's say everyone's playing summoners. Let's say everyone's some sort of minion across the board. Let's just say, well, now am I going, well, I have to run breach. I have to, because the economy is such that it would be bad not to. And when I hear that, it's kind of like, well, now I'm not playing the content I want to be playing. But on the other hand, I'm getting rich. So, like, and maybe I am playing the contents I want to be playing. So there's a little bit of, like, I don't know. But then, like, all of a sudden, let's say a new build gets discovered and everyone's like, oh, this build.
Aaron, I saw the Sheep Detective. Lots of emotions. I told you. When I took Mia to see it, she was crying her eyes out. I clearly misheard, but I swear I heard the Bizarre King moaning about shopping. Yeah, it must be in the interview, I thought the new season started on Friday. Correct. Minions. Nobody plays Minions. Correct.
Uses this item comes from this. Everyone quickly change leagues what they're doing, which you can just do. Like, that's a thing you can do, aside from, again, there's some tablet farming you'd have to do and whatnot. But it's quite interesting. And generally speaking, this isn't, even though no one necessarily puts a label on it, that probably is how it naturally works. Like, even in PoE 1, that's somewhat true to some degree, where there's certain things you want to get, but it's just probably on less of an extreme and less of a less intentional level, for sure. Whereas we're being a bit more intentional about it here. So I think it will have that impact. And I don't know, like, there's something I'm happy about that in theory, but I don't know if I'll be happy about that in practice. And so that's an interest. And again, I can't test that internally because there is no economy, right? So none of us can. I mean, the 5 of us trading to one another is whatever. That doesn't matter, right? There's more than 5, but you get my point. And then the idea that if I feel like I have to play Breach because of X, or I have to play Delirium because of Y, or I have to play this or something, like because I'm someone who cares about trade and cares about the wealth of my account, that could be something that actually makes me feel a bit sad at the end of the day, because at the end of the day, I might want to just play the content I want to play for what the content offers, not for the economic value of it. And some people would just be like, play SSF, which, fair enough, I guess, but we'll see what happens. I don't know. I'm curious to see, now that we're being more intentional about certain builds being more powerful due to certain items from certain leagues.
Where's Guilty at? Guilty was saying that Tame Beast is moving to what, a level 6? Is it a level 6 skill it's going to? So if you want to play companions from the beginning as Huntress, it's possible. 7? A level 7 skill. Aaron Oya has the minions doing his dirty work. Right now I'm using Twisters, unless the Twisters are considered minions, which they're not. Oh, I see. Level 22. Yeah, I get what you mean. I get it. Right now it's a level 9 skill. It's moving to a level 7, so you could tame beasts at level 22. I got it. Yeah. So you still technically cannot move into companions until Act 2, 3 still. It's in line with the trial. Yeah, Act 2. I got it. Okay. At level 22, you could play companions, which means I'll have to figure out what companion I'll want in Act 2, which someone will be like, oh, you got to go tame the blah, blah, blah guy.
Whether or not that's going to then result in a feeling of having to play content you wouldn't want to necessarily play, but now you feel like you have to. So we'll see. Maybe people ultimately like that. Maybe people don't.
The monkey?
I have no idea.
You know, speaking of really strong items in Breach, the new Absent Amulet looks pretty good. Implicit is granting an aura. You know, can you have any aura on this, or is this a limited pool?
It should be every persistent buff skill that is on the uncut. Yes.
Every spirit reservation you can get for free on that amulet.
What?
There are 3 amulets. There's one for 30 reservation costs, one for 60, one for hundreds. It's obviously harder to get the hundreds. And thus the 60s over the 30s and whatnot. And yes, but again, like there's a little bit of like good luck as well. You probably have to do a lot of farming to get what you want here. But this is what I was saying about when I was saying it does arguably offer the best item. It's just like the ease of like, you know, the rare equivalent of the mage blood of amulets, you know, is like it is there, and I want that to be something you can get. Now, does that mean world drop amulets are less valuable? Well, yeah, it will. It 100% will indeed result in that. And the same way that the existence of a headhunter and a mage blood demean the value of rare belts in general. Well, rare belts are in a bit of a sad state. Hopefully a less sad state anyway. But rare belts are demeaned by the existence of very broad, very chase items. And so there's this interesting, well, do you want the chase items or not? And, you know, there's a bit of philosophy around that. And people tilt one side or the other. And so we're just effectively saying, yeah, here's this freaking OP thing. It should be hard to get. It shouldn't be easy to craft. And it should be something you want to chase, and there's a very clear path to it, not necessarily an easy path.
Hopefully that Delirium amulet is competitive with it on some level.
Yeah, which also very hard to get the right one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't reinstill those at all, right? Like the Delirium amulet, you get the 2 instills and you can't reinstall one of them or something, right? Like you get the 2 and you're locked.
I believe it unintentionally allowed you to replace one, but I did say it shouldn't. Like it should just be you want to get as many as possible. And when you get the right one with the right 2 notables, you're just like, holy fucking thank God I can go buy 6 or whatever. Like, you know, it's just, you know, you want that really, really like. Again, these are super rare but super chase, right? And you'll get one that has 2 okay instills and you'll still be happy. But like when you get the 2 that are the 2 you actually want, you're going to be. I want you to really be stoked. So the point where every single time you find this, you're like, holy shit, this could be it. This is this is the, you know, the 5 mirror drop here.
On the topic of Delirium and jewelries for that matter, in Delirium, we're now getting, you know, some additional crafting options when it comes to jewels. Not jewelries, but jewels. And I mean, they're already, let's call it a fairly strong place is where we'll put jewels, at least from most of our perspectives. So how do you guys feel about the balance of standard rare jewels versus something like adorned, as well as time-lost jewels in the current state of the game, or 0.5 rather?
Well, the crafting for jewels was mostly that, like, The rationale behind adding that was ultimately, okay, like when you finish like a full sanctum, you end up with just like 45 jewels in your inventory. If you take all the jewel chests and you're like, okay, like 4 of them are okay, I guess. And it's just extreme item saturation just to get the good ones. And it's like, well, we're missing crafting here, really, right? We need something here to help guide it to be that they're okay, especially given that the jewel sockets are on kind of core pathways. You get them and then you're like, I don't even have anything to put in this for like a while. So at least now, and obviously you get some of these in the Act 4 in the campaign, you'll be able to, you know, craft something that at least has 1 or maybe 2 useful stats for your character. If it had 1 by default and you add 1 that's decent. So that's just a win for like your more broad player base of just interacting with base jewels as a base level. In terms of the actual jewel balance, well, yeah, you'd kind of just end up with get all the jewel slots. You know, like there's so many really good end game unique jewels, as well as just like what you can do with the top end power of jewels, that like you end up with that thing with a lot of passive trees, just like I need to get every jewel slot, and then you end up with these kind of really shitty looking builds, honestly, where they're just not even taking anything, and it's like, what's the cheapest stuff I can take along the way? But otherwise it's just jewel slot. There's definitely some problems.
They've caught up to Thomas in swearing. No,
how do I feel about it? I mean, I kind of in one end I'm like, well, it's like a very it can be a very satisfying, advanced, and honestly complex crafting system that a lot of people probably like to overall engage with, where their more traditional build ends up looking like this crazy jewel fest. On the other hand, it's got the problem where, you know,
Thomas's every sentence,
every character kind of devolves into looking like a very similar thing. You know, I'm trying to think whether or not I ultimately enjoy it or not as a player. Probably less so. Like, I probably think it's ultimately in not a good spot. Like, I would say if I had to not, I would, you know, I don't like the idea that ultimately 95% of the passives on the tree don't matter at all, even though some of them don't matter anyway. You know, something we need to fix, but I don't like that it just ends up being that. But I do like the, like, I want to chase all the really chase unique jewels. So I don't know. Yeah, I'm kind of like a bit, you know, hit and miss on it ultimately. I don't know. I'm curious what, like, you know, a lot more people think about this kind of level of meta and itemization. Because, like, you know, I see a lot of stuff that's quite, you know, I hate jewels, or like, you know, keep these unique jewels but not the rest, and then obviously timeless jewels are a whole different level of complexity. But yeah, I mean, ultimately going back to the original point here is we wanted to create a thing that's just improves the experience from the average player who's just engaging with a few jewel sockets, more than, you know, thinking about what it does for the end game, you know, the end of the end game, I should say, kind of situation with character builds and itemization. So, because it buffs that as well. It's obviously just an upgrade for them regardless, which is maybe not a good thing. But I think it's one of those things where that's a thing of, like, do you think about every consequence? And it's like, well,
did you decide what you're starting? Yeah, I'm going to be playing Huntress. I'm going to be playing Spirit Walker, and I'm going to be playing Cocaine Bear 3.0. I don't know what that means yet. Spirit Walker companions of some sort. We were looking at the new passive tree earlier, trying to figure out how we're going to do it. But yeah, something like that. The Pain Walker. What? Nice. Thanks, bud. Have fun. Keep up the good work. Thanks so much, Ken.
Kinda, but this is a good enough improvement for, you know, regular players, such that, you know, it was worth doing, and we weren't caught up too much on the consequences of what it means for later. But I would expect more changes later, much later, of course, like some point later, to around this kind of dual meta. But I am also very curious to see what, you know, what everyone actually thinks about this. Like, do you like it? Do you hate it? Do you, you know, do you like... I guess the bigger question is, do you like that a lot of characters just end up wanting to as many dual slots as possible, and wanting to just have jewels everywhere, because once you can craft, it's effectively a way of saying your passive tree goes from what we've said it is to what you want it to be based on the fact that you can craft and put in there exactly what you want. And that sounds like a good pitch in isolation, but then when you play it, you kind of have this problem of like, I can't play my build until I've earned some large amount of money and done all this, which again could be good as well, where it's like, the builds at the start of the league, the builds in the middle of the league, and the builds at the end of the league aren't the same thing, because we had to because enough jewels had to be found and or created in order to create that many characters. So I don't know. There's wins and losses to this, and I'm on the fence, honestly.
Okay. Well, we can move on to the miscellaneous portion here. We're at over just about 2 hours. I know we're trying to keep it shorter, so we'll do the miscellaneous portion. We got a few questions here.
I don't know how this happens to me. Look at the map. Never find anything. Just.
And we have like just a handful of patch notes related questions, and then we can kind of wrap up. So to start for the miscellaneous portion, what's going on with Toda? Like where's Toda currently at?
Well, we don't have it. Yeah, like I was really hoping that we would be able to get that the final Ascendancy trial when we did Act 4. We couldn't quite make it. We didn't have the time. We obviously couldn't fit it into this cycle in 050. So the question is whether or not, I suppose, whether it comes in 1.0. I think that's looking unlikely, to be honest. Like, I don't think it's as important as some other things. But we'll see what we can do. It's kind of come down to whether or not we can somehow make what that does sort of merge with something else, I suspect. If there's quite a lot of work.
What we've been trying to do.
You're just a bad map reader. Yeah, that's what it is.
Is you're talking about the merging, is similar to how Runes of Elder is a kind of like expedition Kalguran thing. Yeah, to be whether or not like it's like kind of like, are we able to create a kind of Karui league that links into Tota somehow, and thus we get to double dip on the content.
Exactly. So if we're able to make a Karui themed league, then that will mean that we can effectively share some of the monster workload and like boss workload across both, which would then make it more viable to do alongside some of that other content. And with Runes of Elder, we got to effectively do an expedition upgrade at the same time as what we were doing as doing a league, and so that kind of like really helped with that. Like, and part of the reason we did that for this one is because we had so much other stuff going on with the other leagues as well that we figured making the core league be integrated somewhat with one of the leagues we're upgrading would help quite a lot. But yeah, maybe we might be able to squeeze Tota in if we were able to do a similar move like that. But otherwise it'll probably have to if we can't do that, then it would have to wait for like a 1.1 or 1.2 kind of situation.
It's quite interesting when we look at Tota, because when we made it for PoE 1, we were obviously still developing PoE 2, and we were like, oh, this will be cool to kind of be able to then use there later, and like, and then now the quality bar has risen so much that when we then look at Tota in the context of PoE 2, like we thought all of the animations, the models, the art, the combat, everything, we'd be able to just like, we can just copy paste it, it'll be fine. And now when you go look at all those monsters and like just how long it's been and how much we've stepped up our game with stuff, it's like, these don't hold up at all. Like we have to, and so we had intended for it to be a way easier thing to just transplant from one to the other and like do some some polish, some touch-ups. And now it's like, okay, we have to like effectively reanimate all of these. We have to, and so it's a ton. You've got the multiple monsters of each tribe, you had the 10 chieftains, and let alone all the story moments and advancements we've done there. It's like, this is a shit ton of work, where it's like, it's the monster work of, it's probably like 75% of an act levels of equivalency of actual monster work. Like it's quite a lot. Obviously an act, a lot of it is the unification of the environment, the monsters, the narrative, etc. Whereas like obviously the part that is easier for Tota is it ultimately takes place in one arena with one back room, and thus it's faster to ultimately make. But in terms of just raw animation work, raw effects work for all the different skills, all the like scripting on the game design side, it is a ton of work. And so it's just been, again, when we were like, okay, is Tota being missing or the end game not having goals? Well, obviously the end game. And so when we're just coming up with this stuff, we're just going, what is the most important thing we need to do now? And Tota has not been it, given like it would be different if it didn't require a ton of work. Sure. We could probably chuck it in alongside one of these things, but it just somehow is not held up at all. And yeah, so if it weren't for just straight up being too much work, it would be there already. Like, it just is an insane amount of actual work to do that is going to cost some pretty important stuff.
I appreciate the answer.
That makes sense.
Tota is just a personal favorite of mine because that was the league I joined, PoE, actually. It's my first league ever with Tota. So I was curious. Go on, Gazi.
Well, I was just going to move on since we're kind of over the time already. I do apologize for that. Appreciate you guys sticking around. The next question I have is kind of a twofold question. I'm going to start with the first half of it, which is more about the design philosophy of unique items in PoE 2. PoE 1 has their version, and PoE 2 seems to be more build-defining options in terms of the unique items. So just a little short tidbit on what's the philosophy differences here? What's the focus?
Well, this changed a lot in recent time, by relatively recent, in the last couple of years. Because we had a bunch of uniques. We honestly believed at the start that we would be able to just take a bunch of PoE 1 uniques, modify them slightly, and put them in PoE 2. And that just completely 100% is not a thing we can do. Like, it's interesting because the combat systems in PoE 2, working the way they are, had a way larger influence on what's an acceptable unique than what we kind of expected. And it's honestly surprising because like you'd still think, oh yeah, why can we not, like, how is it not that there's just like 50 PoE 1 uniques we could just literally take and just put in PoE 2 if we wanted to? And then you go through each one and you're like, okay, well this one can't be for that reason, this one can't be for that reason, like the dominant stat would just totally have to change. Like it's weird how it sort of ended up that way. And so even also when we did add a pile of uniques in I can't remember what patch it was like after 0.1. There was like a patch where we added a bunch of uniques, and those uniques, which were kind of like more in the PoE 1 design scale, have not really held up either. And honestly, we're going to have to go back and probably like remove and or change a bunch of those as well. Like, and this is like the sort of issue that we have in the kind of the sort of mid campaign kind of like, you know, like those uniques. They're just like really not holding up. And yeah, it's just funny how we just no longer have the ability. Like you kind of it feels like we've kind of got to have a skill or something on a PoE 2 unique in order to make it sort of somewhat worthwhile. So yeah, like I don't know I could even necessarily say exactly what it is particularly that's caused it to be that way, but for whatever reason, like when I look at a PoE 1 style designed unique at this point, it just does not rise to the level that we feel like you'd actually use it. And so yeah, I do wonder if one reason can be that I sort of suspect it's got something to do with the fact that in PoE 1 build you tend to just optimize one skill and that's all you're doing. And so then, like in PoE 2 context, we've got to care about more about that. Like the larger build, like there's a lot more going on with with a PoE 2 build. At least that's the intention. So I sort of have this feeling it's got something to do with that, but I don't know if I can necessarily promote exactly why it is that we do feel like, yeah, a unique has to be just a significant amount more going on.
Well, that's fair. The follow. Sorry, go ahead.
I do got a thing there because like what we're making now, like a lot of what we've been showing with 050, like a lot of the stuff you've seen recently, this is kind of, this age of uniques is probably, it's not something we've done before really. Like all the uniques we're making are definitely the most expensive in terms of development costs that we've ever made. And as a result, they are more build defining. Now on the other end of the spectrum, you do have then the uniques that they kind of have their single special stat. It's kind of like 4 stats, one of them's a bit special, and it probably just has some sort of end game when combined with 6 other variables as a thing. And the problem with those is that they don't hit for like, most people when they get them, they're like, what the hell, why would I want that? And they just end up being these really like hyper niche end game things. So that was a type of philosophy we had where they were effectively meant to be the puzzle piece, right? And you need multiple puzzle pieces in order to do the thing. Those uniques are generally failing when you find them, like generally speaking. And Jonathan did this exercise with me yesterday. We opened up that same character when we were looking at something. He showed me every unique. We went through all of them, and he just goes like, and he was like, why would I want this? Why would I need this? And I was explaining the like end game build used with them, and he's like, "Well, how the hell? Like, okay." But then it drops at level 23, you know? It's like, and so there is a problem with that. And so our new philosophy has just been like, let's try and make these way more fulfill a fantasy, because that's my biggest thing. Is just I want you to feel like, you know, and that you saw that with the grenade launcher thing, where it's just like I just want you to just be a freaking grenade man, like just run around spamming grenades. Come on, right? And then like the facebreaker thing, obviously recently is pretty cool. You had the like the Raven and more summoner like delirium things. It's like, what if you were like Tang Mizu himself? Like you had his powers. Like that's a cool fantasy where you can like create mirrors and illusory things and like bend reality, and like that's a cool fantasy to me. You know, so some can be more narratively driven, some can just be like fire grenades everywhere. And that stuff is resulting in way cooler things. Like way, way, way cooler. Also way, way, way more expensive to make. And so what I want to get better at yet, I think something we haven't nailed. So I think we've now got the puzzle piece side. We understand what that looks like. We understand what the other end, which is the more expensive fantasy fulfilling build defining thing looks like. What we don't have is the middle ground where there's that kind of not as expensive to develop, but pretty impactful, just not like ultra impactful ground that we still need to do as well. And I think once we've figured that out and we've got our understanding of all three, now you are going to see generally that middle ground and higher ground. You're probably not going to see as much of those original set, and we're going to have to go back and honestly raise the bar on all of those, or a lot of those at this point.
Yeah, they are getting upgrades to some extent due to the Calgary and like unique upgrading things, so that has helped. But there's still some of them that are a bit unsalvageable that we just need to do something with.
And by the way, there are unsalvageable uniques in PoE 1 as well, right? It's just that there are 1,500 of them or some number, you know, and so they kind of get lost in the weeds, as opposed to right now, the I would say, you know, there's a mid ground of them where they honestly, you get it and you're like, I don't know why, I don't need it, you know. So there's, to me, so I think what we've now made is like, a lot of what we've made is so epic. I really love them. And like, you know, even talking about them and doing the videos, and there's so many more that haven't been, you know, talked about or found yet, which is awesome. That just keep going, and some secrets, and, you know, the barracks and all of that coming in. So once we get, like now that we've got that rhythm and we're working that, we're just going to get more and more efficient with it. But I honestly think, and this is a thing that I've said to Jonathan as well, where I'm like, I think maybe our number one problem in the game, like after 050 comes out, now that if Endgame's in a good spot, now that we've sorted that and we have a good progression, we've got goals, my personal number one fault with what we haven't got doing well, especially because of our reputation, is that I think that our thing that we need to step up and do the better at, that we currently have done very poorly, is our unique items. Like I straight up think that we were meant to be the like weird epic in terms of ARPGs. Like we're real good at items and itemization and uniques and crafting systems, and like I do believe that we generally are, and I don't think PoE 2 is an accurate reflection of what our capability should be. And so now that we're delivering like real cool shit, I just want to go and just fix up all of them. And so that's another one of these like 055 but 050 and between 1.0, I want to be like, nah, we have to save the uniques. Like that's a goal I have. Now, obviously, different people have different levels of understanding of what's important to the game or the most important to the game. But like, I would be shocked if that's not on like most people's top 3, top 5 list of like things that are the most wrong with the game currently. There's a lot of really good. There's a lot of really bad, and we can't have that. And I think the biggest thing, like to give a more specific example,
be right back.
You know, on my big rant, a lot of our uniques are level 1 to 30, right? Level 1 to 30-ish, and a lot of them are the puzzle piece. Some are good, some are not good, some are whatever, hit and miss. And we've got this like now end game band that we've added, and we've added a bunch to the new pinnacles. We've got a bunch of things you can farm for the different leagues. What we don't have now, and I think this is a huge problem, is between level 30 and 60. There's kind of just nothing. There's kind of, honestly, it's like barely any start to drop. And I don't mean the
And the
level
annoying-
requirements. I mean when it can
And the
drop.
annoying
So-
thing, and the annoying thing about that as well is that often, like when you're in that band, the things you're getting are the ones that are like level 1 to 30.
Yeah.
And so then what you end up feeling is like you get these and they just feel like they suck because like if you'd put them on at level 20, they would have been fine. But you're putting them on at level 40 and it's kind of like, well, this is just garbage.
Yeah. Because of how our uniques work, our unique drops work, where it's like, first I'm going to decide if I'm dropping a unique, then I'll figure out what the unique is. It's like, I'm going to drop a unique. And then it's like, okay, let me go and find one. And it just so happens that every unique lower than that level is between 1 and 30. It means pretty much any unique drop between level 40 and 60 is just going to be bad. Like, a niche cases aside, like some jewelry in some cases, but like that is a big problem where pretty much every unique you find in the current mid game, and thus ones leading into end game, you have very few ones that allow you like get you set up for end game. Like there are some, again, there is a few, but like it's nowhere near good enough. Nowhere near, not even in the right, you know, we're like 20% of the way to good enough there. So, you know, I don't often talk about what I consider to be, you know, because generally when we're talking, we're obviously talking about, you know, what's new, what's happening, but we don't really get to talk about what's like just fundamentally wrong. And I'm trying to be a little bit more transparent about some of that stuff because that is the stuff we're aiming to fix and address and really try and salvage and save and get perfect between 050 and 1.0.
So yeah, we're hoping to fix that in one of the kind of economy resets that we'll do between 050 and 1.0. Is here just like add a shit ton of mid-game uniques.
On the topic of fixing things, my follow-up questions that I really was curious about this. I do first want to say that I'm a big fan of the Kalguran upping your uniques. This is the first time since PoE, 10, 12 years ago, I think, since I'm actually considering using Chober Chabber on a build. So, I mean, that's just because of the Kalguran upping. So that's funny. But my question is, regarding these build-defining uniques that you're adding, they're supposed to be interesting and impactful, giving you a skill, and people make builds around them, like the Grenade Man, for a prime example. A problem that I've seen being discussed a lot in the community has been that your main skill is supposed to have maximum sockets. It's a quote-unquote 6 socket, but it's actually only 5 sockets, right, in PoE 2, with maximum sockets. And that is gated behind a level 20 version of the skill, which means it's going to cost more if the item is popular in the market. It's going to be rarer to find. It has a higher level requirement to drop and all those aspects. But there's already a power scaling difference between having a lower level skill of the skill itself and having a level 20 version in terms of what the benefits are. But the socket difference is so massive. So I was just curious if this is something you haven't thought of, or if it is a design you're happy with moving forward, that the max sockets is only on the level 20 versions.
We've discussed this many times, just FYI, like it's come up a lot. But I think for 050, and I'm hoping this gets done in time, and if not, it'll be shortly after. I was adding, like, as a kind of, like, in an ideal world, you'd just be able to either, well, at least you'd be able to just, like, okay, why not just allow using a perfect Jeweler's Orb on it, for example, and then just, like,
I was literally about to say that. Why can you not just Jeweler's uniques?
But for now, you can't currently, but that will be the goal. But for now...
Is there a reason we can't allow that?
I think just time constraints, but I mean, feel free to look into it yourself. But
I mean, like, is it really that hard to implement that?
I don't know.
I have no idea how it works in terms of the way the storage is, but there should be.
Exactly. I have absolutely no idea, so we can find that out. But
this is
We might be able to just do that, honestly. Like, it might just be possible.
Being that, if that doesn't work, because that is the ideal solution, at the very least, I was going to get a temporary, just like recipe thing added where you can get a level 19 item, a level 20 uncut skill, and a perfect Jeweler's Orb, and then level 20 and so.
VC, I was saying they added it today on the skills.
Link the item as a thing that we were just going to enable. That is
just doing the perfect jeweler thing. I feel like that would be. Surely we can make that happen. I don't know.
Well, follow up on that if you want. I have either way multiple solutions. We will hopefully get one of them in time.
All right. Well, one last question, and then we're going to cut out the patch notes related and some of the other ones here since we're kind of at the edge of the time. If you want, we can do just a couple rapid fires from chat, and then we can call it there. Sound good?
Sure.
Okay. So I want to follow up on something that Ziggy D asked. Very selfishly of me, admittedly. I'm playing the Spear Walker. I think it's the funnest looking thing like in the entire review that I saw. And it was about Tame Beast. And he mentioned that Tame Beast is like a level 9 cut gem. However, you can ascend and take the node that lets you capture beasts way before you can actually get to the cut gem. And you mentioned you might have a solution to this because it's a little bit of a noob trap, right? You take a node that you literally can't even use for like 10 levels or something. So I was wondering, when I saw the patch notes, it still said the gem starts at level 9. So I'm curious, do we have a solution for this coming to 0.5?
I thought we were going to just change it. I thought we were going to change it so that the uncut gem was lower level. I thought we were going to make it so that Tame Beast was just a lower level skill, but that's what the last I heard about it.
Certainly, the last discussion I had was that we were going to move it down to a lower level skill tier. So it could be the patch note was wrong. It could be something caused that to not happen. But that was definitely both Jonathan and I's understanding of the last of that conversation. So, but yes, we don't want that to be a problem. We will do something about it.
James just messaged me that Tame Beast min levels is level 7 now. Patch notes missed it for some reason.
Perfect.
So he just messaged me that as we're talking. So that is the answer to that. So all good.
Well, unless Ghazi got a last question for him before we start the rapid fire and wrap it up here.
I was just wanted to have some sort of curiosity into your minds with the progression of what's going to happen between 0.5 and 1.0. We don't have to go too deep into it, but I'm curious because you, Mark, mentioned something that I keep referencing, and that is the plugging the holes. And I love that. I don't know why I love that comment, but plugging the holes and getting balance fixes and changes between 0.5 and 1.0. So my question, just to keep it short, is what are the things you want to prioritize in the updates between now and end of the year during this time frame?
So unique items, as Mark said, very big one. A lot of skill balance, a lot of just like character balance, adding some skills to existing classes where necessary, and or changing functionality of how they work for just like where we're going back and just making sure that everything that we already released in the in 010 is like in a better place, like just like all of that sort of stuff, like that's big. Passive tree reworks, just like improvements there is like another big one. And I mean, I guess that's probably the main stuff, really. Like, well, I think, and then
it's a lot of the other chaos damage, getting that to be better, and thus Acolyte, Ignite builds, burn, damage over time in general. Right. Just all these things that we've been, and honestly, it's come up in a few expansions, and it's just like, well, we just haven't got there yet, and as I said, the passive tree, the base types, the bloody hope, the general more replayability improvements certainly would also be good if there's any new one. Like, I've been really nice after people play through this and get a feel for it to obviously identify the new evils, what's bad, what's annoying. Like, now that people are going to be replaying through Act 4 for the third time,
that's 100% a thing, right? So like, is that like Act 4 didn't get a huge amount of changes in this patch, and I suspect part of the reason for that is because we haven't had the time, like there hasn't been a like resurgence of people saying I hate things in Act 4 because people haven't necessarily replayed it that much. So like, I'm sure there'll be things in Act 4 that after this patch people will be like, oh, this is the horrible thing in Act 4 that I don't like. So we'll see. We'll just have to see what that is at that point.
I'm not sure if they'll come sooner or later, but I'd like to do sooner. I'd like to, when we have our like next economy reset between, that we have either the third Ranger or the third Druid ascendancies come in. Like, it'd be nice for all existing classes to have all ascendancies before the full release.
I'm gonna play Spirit Walker. Aaron, why am I seeing more Nerf Rage videos? I don't even know what you're talking about.
What else? It's just the things, because they're just missing, right? It's just clearly like, okay, they're just missing the class. So as much of that as possible would be really, really ideal. And yeah, I don't see much else. I'm sure.
Just wanted to verify.
What was
You
that?
said that economy resets. That just to
Yeah,
verify that I heard you right. There will be economy resets leagues
There will
between
be economy
1.5
resets.
and
So there'll
1.
be effectively
Okay.
like there will be leagues. It's just that they're not going to be like they're not going to be the same as what a proper, like it's not going to be an 06
Yeah, yeah,
what an 060 would be. And the reason why we say that is because we don't want to set the wrong expectation, and like it's not going to be like the
Gotcha.
giant mega content release in that way. Now there will be content, right? Because we're talking about adding uniques and skills and all that stuff, but it's not going to be quite the same. I think, like I wouldn't expect necessarily to be like like on the other hand, we're generally pretty good at taking little and turning it into a lot. So I guess we'll see what we end up with there.
Well-
But I mean, the thing we've referenced before is like Legacy or Phyrexia type of stuff, right? Where you just take some existing stuff, you jumble it around, you like come up with a few things. Like hell, maybe you fricking add an Atlas Master or do the jumble and Atlas Master stuff, like Mark was saying earlier, like as a league, and just little stuff like that you can do that doesn't take too long to make it sort of worth playing again. But really, the main reason we want people to be playing again is so that they can test all the new balance and changes to kind of core systems that we're changing.
Whatever the league end up will be something that has the least amount of impact on the team doing the balance, right? So as long as we're not using their time to then not solve the things they need to solve, that will be
Right.
a big thing. But just things that are hard to even think about. If there is an economy reset, well, then we have to look at Runes of Elder, how it succeeded, how it failed, and integrate it into core. If it's fully successful, add an Atlas passive tree for it, all of that stuff. So all of that will be happening around the same time, and then we'll have here's what our minus the 1.0 league, it's like here's what our end game is and what our end game looks like, so we'll just,
Which is the other thing, right? Because who knows what random in-game changes we might then find we need after this is released, and then we have to make it. We have to presumably any patch we do is going to involve improving that, whatever problems might end up being. Like it's just stuff like that we're going to have to do.
I had one quick follow-up to weave into this last question. So I'm going to keep it real short. You guys have done an excellent job in the past, track record history of shaking up the meta with character balance changes on a consistent basis, where people are not just playing the new content, but we're playing the game in a different way very often from league to league to league. So the question then goes to the changes coming from 0.5 or between 0.5 and 1.0. Will they also include character power balance and meta shakeups?
Lots. Okay. That's one of the big focuses.
It's like 2/3 of what it will contain is that.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
That's the goal, right? It is 90% of the goal is, and because uniques are ultimately about this, is just how characters are built. Well, let's say 80%, whereas 20% is like improving the content more. So most of it is going to be more oriented around character builds, character powers, etc. But and even to the degree of like, okay, there are some skills that don't feel good to use. There are some, so it's not just power, it's also feel, how these things feel to play. Are they rewarding to play? When I do A, B, C, D and do my combo piece, does it land or is it just like meh? So going back and revisiting even some of the effects and some of the audio, and obviously the numbers, whatever we can do to really just go and say everything we've now, or maybe it's like, there's an A and a B, but we need the C, you need the finale piece to it. And so we go and add that. So you have new skills, modified skills, changed both aesthetically, cosmetically, and in balance, potential new classes, a whole bunch of new uniques, I'm hoping, with a bunch of uniques being rebalanced, like all of this stuff across the board. Now, normally, when we have a big reveal, we don't talk about all this stuff because we like everything to be new, but like it's pretty easy to talk about all the things that we need to make better, and so that's really what we're going to do, and we'll just hopefully be able to get through it all. But how these things go, we don't stop development, so even though full release occurs, we're going to still then balance in 1.1 and 1.2 and 1.3, and it's just never going to end. So if we don't get 100% right, we'll just keep going.
All right, so we're going to do a couple rapid fires here.
Lost TM's audio there.
Oh, how about now? Am I back? We good?
There we go.
All right. Yeah, sorry about that. I was typing in the chat to tell them to put their questions together, and I hit the mute button. Okay, so we're going to do rapid fire from the chat here, and then we're going to call it a day. So first one here, is there anything added to the game you guys would consider to be like aspirational content? Basically, they're saying extremely difficult content coming to the game like Ubers, etc.
Look, everyone has their own definition of this, I assume, to some degree, right?
Sure.
Some people are just going to find the farmed pinnacles to be that. In terms of Ubers, we've specifically made sure to not. So you obviously have your quest version, your non-quest version. I didn't want a then Uber grade of that, and the reason is that, not to say it won't eventually happen, is that it puts a bit of a difficult skew on what is considered an acceptable character at a fundamental level, because now they have to be able to do the hardest content in order to be good. And with so much incomplete character balance and stuff we still need to work on and fill the gaps and everything, I wanted to make sure there wasn't just stuff that is like for the, the most OP of the OP of the OP builds, because it was, and this is something that it already was doing, where all of a sudden the viability of a character was being judged by some people against whether or not it can kill a pinnacle, some whether it can complete maps of certain tiers, and somewhere it can kill the Ubers, and it creates a bit of a difficult thing where it's like, what is considered acceptable? And so the new pinnacles are hard, like for sure. All the fights are pretty damn difficult, and as I said, you can generally juice these things and there are ways via the Atlas Masters to take them to slightly next levels. There are things with the different leagues, with the different league trees, to both add rewards and make them harder in the form of multi-choices. And so there are ways to do it, but they wouldn't say they're classically defined as Ubers anymore. I wanted to get away from that. We'll get everything stable, we'll get everything good, and then we'll look at re-adding some of that stuff back. Be it either via an actual Uber fight or be it via, a master or something like that. We'll see.
Quick question about Recombinator was moved out of the game, so we're kind of curious about what's going on with that.
I just kind of didn't like it, to be honest. Like it's always been in this annoying balance position where like the numbers that it has to be like to not be completely cracked and broken never been satisfying for the players, and we've never been able to somehow like get that right. So we just decided, you know what, screw it for now. We'll see. We might revisit that again later if we can find some way to change it in some way. But yeah,
I think all the new runes we added, all of the runic ward, it's just so much better. It's so much more understandable, so much more broadly usable. Like not insanely overcomplicated. They're just better. So we were like, look, it had recombinating, it just doesn't need it. Like, here's all the stuff that we can do that is clearly better. I mean, at first, we kept it because there's like a little bit of a loss aversion thing, but it's like, okay, look, we're at like, do we really need it at this point? So ultimately, we just decided to axe it, noting that like everything we're adding in its stead is just significant upgrades IMO.
Okay. I'm assuming similar logic with like the expedition shops. They're still in the game, but they're kind of like not the primary focus.
They're gone.
The
expedition shops are dead.
Gone as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
they were basically just taken from PoE 1, and like they never really were proper stuff. And we just
it was taken and then downgraded, and then kind of like, we don't want it to be. They were just not good. So again, it was like we're like, let's get rid of the stuff that's just clearly subpar and replace it with stuff that's just clearly better. Like we don't have to be so attached to it, and
Sure. Okay.
Bye.
On to the next one here from chat. Corruption. So you guys made like a fairly significant change, actually, the corruption, where instead of it like randomizing it, it's like a multiplier, right? So you want to divine it first before your corruption. Would you like to speak to that change, Will?
Well, that is what we did, yes. What was the goal there? I guess ultimately liked the idea that I agree. I understand why some people are going to be like, no, I have to use divines now. Well, yep, that's what you got to do, right? You got to make it much more, a bit of a harder decision to decide, am I going to divine this item to be its perfect role and then do it, or am I not? And I guess, I don't know, I just prefer it more. It's a bit more hardcore. It's a bit more Val. It's a bit more, costly, and generally speaking, I'm a fan of that, as opposed to just every time I find this, I just Val it no matter what. Which, I just think it's personally better, but I can see people not entirely agreeing with that, and you're right to that opinion, and too bad, I guess, is my answer. But I just 100% prefer it, and I'd say most of the people we spoke to definitely preferred it. As well.
I've seen it overwhelmingly liked. I haven't really seen almost anybody saying they don't like it.
Well, in that case,
I mean,
then win.
In previous interviews we've had, a conversation that's been brought up multiple times has been, inflation and wanting a divine sync. And every time the comment has been, we need more uniques. We need more interesting uniques to Divine Orb. And I never really felt that it really did that job enough. And I think that with this change alone and continuously adding more uniques, you might actually hit the spot where this is doing exactly what we've been screaming for the past year.
Right.
Speaking of divines, one thing that came up was divine orbs that are now more common, which was one of the patch notes. I mean, small line, big decision. So is that there to balance out like the changes of the Atlas and less Quan? It's really not that more common, or what's that line mean?
It's definitely more common, divine orbs. I'm almost tempted to not mention the reason why we did that. But I don't know how you feel about that, Mark. Sure. All right.
Just do it. Just do it.
Yeah, all right. So basically, okay, so this is going to sound ultra dumb, I suspect, to some people. So we'll see how this goes. But okay. So the temple, right? The temple had ridiculous amounts of loot going on due to snake strategy and all that sort of shit. So there was stuff like going that, right? So basically there's this concern that we had that people are going to be like, okay, so the temple is obviously nerfed, right? Like snake strategy, no longer a thing. Like, it means that like, and so then what we believed was going to happen is immediately people are going to be like, oh, previous league I got X divines per hour and now I'm getting Y divines per hour, and like just annoying shit like that. And so we're like, if we just change the drop rate of divines, nobody will be able to make the comparison anymore. And there won't be like this ability to say like this thing about that. So now I just want to know I just want you to know, by the way, that the troll answer that we legitimately thought we might do for a second is, what if we just removed divines from the game? That was like a legitimate troll answer that we had as like the opposite of this. But instead of doing that, we were like,
that's my favorite part of this interview so far. That's my favorite.
Okay, no, let's make them more common. They're not like, it's not like they're dropping like candy or anything, right? But they are like, they're an amount more common that is like such that, that doesn't make them quite comparable anymore. And that's just down to the fact that divines, for whatever reason, are the thing that people use as the sort of way that comparing loot. So
that's
because
exactly
the loot
right.
is kind of like there's a lot of changes all over, so the loot everywhere, you'll kind of, I guess it just makes the whole thing less comparable, and that is truly part of the reason why we did that. But yes, we do want to divine syncs as well, which is the Vital thing. So yeah.
All right, well, I'll do one more here, and we'll call it right. 2 hours and 35 minutes here. So just a real common one that keeps popping up is people are just asking about performance improvements. Like with every league, you guys typically do quite a bit of performance improvements. Are we expecting that going in 0.5? I know you talked a little bit about Steam Deck, for instance, but console, PC, all of it.
I wouldn't say that. I mean, look, there have been changes, but I wouldn't say that they're revolutionary to the point that I would call them out specifically as like we made big performance improvements. Like there's just the sort of usual iteration that we do. One of the big things that we've been really trying to fight has just been this annoying freaking driver device removed thing, which maybe people don't even know what that is, but like sometimes the game will freeze and then it reboots the graphic stuff and then it all comes back, like that thing. And like we haven't fixed it yet. We're still looking into it. It's just been like the engine team has been just banging their head against it for so long now. Like we're actually at the point now, by the way, where like Nvidia told us a couple of days ago, we want you to ship us, like air freight us a PC that reproduces this. Is like the thing. So now we're going to steal one of our PCs and send it to Nvidia to see if that will get the ability to work out what's going on. But like, yeah, there's been a lot of trying to sort out like this kind of stuff and like work on crashes and that kind of thing. So there's less like performance in the sense of like, frame rate higher. But we still will be doing more about that and like the O5X patches and that kind of thing.
Yeah, okay, you know what I like? One last kind of random question here, which I don't know if you have an answer for, but I'm going to try, okay? I know Hex Blast was the skill people were using before. It got changed at one point. It really hasn't hit a point in which it's really seen much use. I know it was beloved by some people out there. I know you might not have the answer off the top of your head, but could we see some love for Hex Blacks or Fix or Revert or anything at some point? Like, where's your stance on that skill?
I I have not thought about that one for a while, I have to admit. So it'd be one of those things that would look at an 05X timeline, I would say.
Sure.
Because it's just if it's not working and people aren't using it, then that'll be one of the things that we want looking to buff, I suspect.
Okay, I'll just throw that there. All right, well that's it. Oh, go on.
I was going to say the chaos hits and chaos dots just needs a whole bunch of love, and reviewing all the skills and the mechanics adjacent to it is just part of that. So, there'll be some adding skills, some changing of roles, so like anything could happen really, but it is on the radar for sure.
Okay. Well, there we go. We could go all day, but we're 2 hours and 40 minutes in, so I think we'll call it here, boys. I would say thanks for your time. You guys went really in depth on a lot of stuff, and I really enjoyed the conversation. So. Thanks for the opportunity and the answer and for taking your Sunday. I know you guys are at home, so chat seemed to enjoy that one as well. So thank you guys.
Here's a link to Tavern Talk. All right. I've officially watched it. What'd you guys think? That was a long chat. That was a long chat. Let's remove divines, right? That was a good chat. There is something that I have really grown to enjoy. And that is when a conversation comes across as like more real than fake, which is like, yeah, no duh, Aaron. When you're talking to Thomas and he's like, yeah, we just did this, I don't give a shiz, It's like, that's kind of how that conversation went. Yeah, we just knew that you're going to get less currency, so we just switched the drop rate so that you can't figure out what's better or worse. I like that. I appreciate your honesty. TLDR orb, divine orb has better drop. That's the only thing that really matters. Nothing else matters. Okay, in the time it took to watch that, I've made 4 characters, just FYI too. Trying to figure out what I'm gonna do for Huntress Act 1. And I kept trying to make minions work. They're just not working great. So I tried Twisters. Twisters! I could see why people like this as a leveling skill. I could see why people like this as a leveling skill. I think my goal is I'm going to play Huntress, Twisters, and then save up any minion items. And once we get first ascendancy, spec out of Twisters into companions. I hate that play style, though. I hate I can't play minions. So I'm going to play something else and then spec, but if it's only Act 2, that's not too bad. So that's going to be my plan, at least as of right now. Until I've got the gear and the ascendancy of Spirit Walker, we will play Twisters, and then we'll go Companion Boys. Baron, you failed 3 characters, you're working on a 4th. Yeah, they just didn't feel good. They're Dust Devils, yeah, exactly. Yeah, they're just some Dust Devils. Do they have Dust Devil minions? No. And they are admitting there's no unique items for mid-level play. Some magic monsters are overtuned. Some skills in need of balance. They are playing the game now. We can see. Yep. Correct. Given the fact that Divine is the solid core currency, it's better for Chaos too. They don't listen that PoE2 is bad, and when we say it's bad, we are called a weird hater. I really hope the community that likes PoE2 and the runes are really good. I really do. PoE2 has a diehard community, sir. Very diehard. Again, last week there was 170 people streaming this game. Last week. It was insanity. I couldn't believe it. A lot of diehard fans. Wait, is this... They're not fans, they're zealots? Oh, what's the difference? Wait, door? Where's the door? A door? Lore stuff! Ow. What level has the guy you gotta kill? Is that in the first level? It's gotta be in the first level. Yeah. Another door. Give me that 13 gold. Aaron's just showing he's too good at PoE2. I'm terrible at PoE2. Wait, hold on. The guy is on this floor? Or is he on the first floor? He's on the first floor. Okay. So I can just take the waypoint back and then run through it. All right, I got it. I have no survivability. This should be interesting. Worst part is you'll die and revive again. Then I'm gonna have to walk to the fence. Fence is looking good. Car! I saw a car. Live, die, repeat. I know, we missed a bunch. Well, he didn't. I was wondering if that would kill us. Now we know. Twisters off the wall, best effect. Owie. That wasn't very nice. Get some rest, Crimson. Almost got him. I'm really terrible at timing that. Get out of here, you stupid dog. I love this song, GG Aaron. Thank you, thank you. You're dead, bro. Got a bunch of mouths there. Good job. Where's all the boss drops, huh? Huh? I decided on this run I'm not using any leveling items. Just garbage we found. Follow the beast. No, I can't follow the beast yet. I need to find some idiot I gotta fight in here. Then I can follow the beast. What are some good supports for Twisters? Took longer duration. Retreat. Barrage. Go back and cut Barrage, a level 5 skill gem. Barrage. It's one more button, but it doubles projectiles. Barrage? What's the extra button? You know I don't like extra buttons. Oh, it's a skill. Barrage? Yeah, Twister ends up being a 6-button build, I believe. Empowered attacks repeat 2 times. Any further 1 time per frenzy charge consumed. Ready a volley of arrows or spears, empowering your next barrageable bow or projectile spear attack to repeat multiple times. Consumes your frenzy charges on use to add additional repeats. So let me see if I get this straight. I got a whirl slash, make the ground cold. And then Barrage, and then Twister. Oh, brother. Yes.
The Countess has escaped with the beast. Every attempt to control it has ended in cataclysm. We must pursue her to the plains of Bastille.
But I just want to tame a beast and follow it around for Tato.
Only they can lead us through that harsh and unforgiving land.
Okay. Is your watch on? You got your watch on? Okay. Sorry, I can't click on anything because this Act 2 thing is here. What a piece of... It's still there. In the... You guys heard about the de novo security? Someone said in Steam that 007, and I asked AI and he said that something makes... No, I didn't. I don't follow any of that stuff. I got a wife and 4 kids. Outside of website, YouTube, and Twitch, I don't do it. I don't follow anything. We ain't got time for that. Somebody earlier told me to take War Banner. I don't even know how it works. I activated it. Builds glory. Building glory. It's another button? I was just watching the OG Bond movies the other day. Bond. James Bond. I like the 2 buttons I got going. Spin, whirlwind, or spin, twisters. Yeah, I could click War Banner. The hell's that do? Oh, brother. I should have saved that for the boss. Yeah, but that's like a button you don't hit very often. My question was, what are some good supports for twisters? Right now, I've got repeat and prolonged duration. I don't know, I just... Yeah, it launches Friday at 2 p.m. for me. Ow. I wonder what time I should start the Blitzathon. $12. Get out of here, bugs. Ooh. We made it to the caravan. Can you make them bigger? I'm sure I could. I remember the spiel you using was an Aura walking simulator endgame. That was PoE 1. PoE 1. You need to act hysterical on launch so you could make it into Frosty's recap. All right, I'll tell Frosty I'm going to act hysterical. What's that time relation to EHG stream? The launch to the minute is the exact minute that Mike goes live. We'll see if he does a stream on Friday. We will see. A lot of times they'll just skip it. Keep forgetting I need to check vendors. Hey Aaron, isn't it strange that Grinding Gear games didn't add hybrid mods for those secondary defensive layers, like adding a mod that grants % of armor, also applies elemental damage, reflection, so hybrid defenses don't have to choose just one? I think they want you to choose just one and focus on it, right? Yeah, I don't know why they did it that way, but I'm sure there's a reason. Sure, there's a reason. I wonder at what point you start getting jewelers. Like we can get some 3 and 4 sockets. When does that start? This act. Don't have the int. Okay. Came over here to show me the door. Thank you. How many times have I run Act 2 now? I'm still always lost. The birds. It's funny, when we leveled with the last character, I was like, oh, I'm not going to use that crazy of leveling items. I used a few. But I was like, I think the thing that I will use, I'll give myself sockets. So all my skills were 5 links. It made quite a difference. Like, no, I'm not going to do that. I was incorrect. Act 3. Jewelers become droppable in Act 3. We are 5 levels away from getting Tamed Beast. I need to start looking for what's a good Act 2 beast. Twister's abuser. This is my 4th character today. My goal is to only level with it to Act 2 until I can get Tamed Beast online. If you were watching earlier, I was trying to do my minion build, basically playing, you know, snipers, unearth. It felt terrible. Man, it didn't feel good at all. Clear speed was okay, but single target was non-existent. Get one guaranteed jewelers in Act 3, but they can drop. I got it. I wonder if anybody's going to be playing Twisters this league. Why are you laughing? You gonna cosplay the Huntress? West? What? I'm going plant build that Rax put together. Plants. Was Rax the one that made that build? I remember when we raided him, he was crushing with it in Temple. Damn, Rax was responsible for plants. That is very cool. No one's playing the punching build? I'm going explosive grenade, even if they nerf the weapon. I like that I could follow the Twisters. Xathias, that wasn't a very good gamble. This is how it's done, bro. See? It's easy. It's not a streamer client. Dude, that interview was long. Stream's already over 4 hours. He did. Divines are going to be dropping more frequently. Economy will be interesting. Yes. And you smoke-defied that guy. Duh. The PoE2 gold divine sellers are having their best sleep before they start their job. What? Gold divine sellers. All right. It's Act 2. And we haven't gotten lost yet. It's gonna happen very soon, but we haven't gotten lost yet. So, look, they gave me a helmet +1 to minion skills. They want me to play Tamed Beast. They even took the roast beast. Dude, the more I think about this, how the hell am I going to spec out of Twisters into Tame Beast at 22? We're going to be terrible. Okay, hold on. I got to think about this. I'm sure Tame Beast by itself is better than the 4 combo of Twisters. Right? Guys, you go back and run older combat content. No. What? Less buttons? Well, I do like less buttons. That's true. Just use Entangle and a Spear Throw early game. I did Spear Throw, Lightning Throw. I didn't like it. I remember you. What the? Where'd my frost bomb go? Don't have enough int. Whoa. The fence is definitely going to eat well on Friday. Oh, I can already tell. Okay, no. No, it's not. Why did you say that? I watch this game and I wonder what the attraction is. Usually I understand, but I just don't get it with this one. Back. Did we get a laugh at the interview? Yes, I really liked the part you told me I'd like. And if you didn't hear me earlier, congrats on the house closing, sir. Getting everything all ready. That is awesome. Jaime, to answer your question, it's a combination of a lot of stuff. One, it's a sequel to arguably one of the most popular ARPGs ever made. Okay. Two, combat feel and visuals are arguably the best in the industry, right? So a sequel to one of the most popular ARPGs ever with, you know, that AAA polish of visuals. They have the best marketing of probably any ARPG, up there with Blizzard Entertainment. They are very consistent with their content release flow. They've got practically every ARPG creator on the planet supporting them. And they continue to, you know, work on the game. I don't want to get burnt out. Still 3 days for the update. What's today? Is today Tuesday? Yeah, it's Tuesday. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Yeah, we're almost there. Hopefully this update's awesome. I think what people like in PoE 2, even if it's not finished and it has bad RNG, the competition, the fact that someone can be better than the other and have more money than the other, I think it's very toxic. It's what I saw in most chats. You think what people like about this game is that it's toxic? Is that what you just said? Though I do have 800 hours in this game. You don't like the trials? They said they're working on them. "35 months. This is my longest relationship." Thank you for the tier 2, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Longest relationship. Like that. All right, Slider. Sounds good, sir. Game does have a pause button, though. That's nice. Can't argue that quality of life. We're starting Cocaine Bear, bro. We're going to play the bear in Spirit Walker. Everybody knows that. Ooh, Twisters like bouncing off the wall in this little spot. They run away. I'm going Monk. E4 has all one-size items and a sort button. That's true. I'm going to go play Forza 6 for League Start. There you go. I want to play Monk, but I realized I really suck with straight melee builds. It'll end up feeling like a spell build because of the AoE. Aaron's playing combo? No way. Trying to figure out a way to get through the campaign quicker. It's my fourth character today, Guilty, and I was like, man, minions are they're just slow. Single target wasn't feeling good. Like the last playthrough on my character, I was using leveling gear. So I just kept trying different iterations, and I was like, no. So I'm on the fourth one today. If you use ice-tipped arrows, works with twisters, and use Frost Nexus support on twisters, it will make all of your twisters cold and do 50% more damage. Ice-tipped arrows, that's a support skill, you're saying? And Frost Nexus? I'm still up in the air on Huntress or Monk. I thought I was going minions, then decided I want to go Varashta. That's what I played all last season. Screenshot what Kempler said. Ice-tipped arrows. It's a spell. People were saying I could use barrage as well. Level 18, 35 dex. More buttons! Yes, everybody wants more buttons. Oh, interesting. You having fun with this, Aaron? Yeah, I'm trying to figure it out. Wait, is this the stupid thing where you actually don't need to run in here? You just go back to the caravan? Takes you here for no reason? You will need to use Frost Nexus support on the twisters to make them cold. Okay. Frost Nexus. Ice-tipped arrows. There we go. Now we're cooking with the grease right here.
I like me. My wife likes me. My customers like me. Because I'm the real article. What you see is what you get.
What's up, Mr. Orange? How you doing, sir? Okay. I got into the Outward 2 beta. It starts today. Yeah, they invited me. I said sure, then I didn't do it. I need all the buttons. What the hell was that? Tame Beast is gonna be better than this. Now you're cooking. Now we're cooking with the grease. Especially now that you get the gem at level 7. I don't know. I need to figure out what beast I want to tame. Wonder if you could tame phase 2 count? Tame phase. Taser phase? $15 points. If you just took a direct line to get to trusted kinship, it's 15. It's 15. Could have 2 different types of companions. Sai, what up? We activated the seals. Oh wait, you're taking Tame Beast first and Bear second? Just the skill. Just the skill Tame Beast. You'll be able to get at level 22. I totally want the shark from Act 4. So for example, right now I'm level 21. So at level 22, I could tame a beast. I was thinking I would go 2 regular companions tamed with this and Cocaine Bear to start. That's my thought. So no beast bosses? Not at the beginning, I don't think. That'll be second ascendancy. Wait, am I supposed to talk to someone? No? Next level. just realized you don't see my emotes. I feel stupid now. What do you mean? Don't feel stupid. Oh my gosh, I can literally first Ascendancy tame Beast, go back to Act 1 and tame Grigor. Oh, brother. Yes? Is that everybody's plan? Yes. No, they want that monkey for some reason. How do you reset ascendancy points again? I don't know. Rerunning the Act 1 boss and getting the tamed boss is cool. Or 2 regular companions with Cocaine Bear. $9.99. The hooded one. Talk to Sin, spend gold, resend ascendancy. Got it. BC, what the hell am I doing in this area? What am I looking for? Find the pit. I know what I'm looking for. The pit. And then find the alien dude. Oh, brother. Why did I ask? I was testing him to see if he knew what I was looking for. Everybody knows that. I found the pit. A lot of bugs coming out. Who the hell are you? Guilty. Wrong pit. They're making me push a lot of buttons. What do you mean, wrong pit? Oh. Fine. Not super late. Fence is gonna eat so well. Gonna die a ton. Dude, I could not imagine playing this build like a whole league. It would be insane. Is this what I'm looking for? Once you get to end game and have everything and makes more tornadoes, it's easier to clear the whole screen. It makes sense. Okay, I'm still not done here, right? What am I looking for something else in here? Or is that it? That's it. 2 pits. You also didn't finish the Valley of the Titans. What do you mean? No, I can't use any of my leveling stuff. Ugh. You're saying I went too fast? I should have cleared the areas more? Is that what you mean? You literally didn't kill the actual quest bosses. No, whatever. Remember, if you get hit, you lose honor. No, you don't. They took that out of the game. That's not... I don't think that's in the game anymore. How do I not get hit when I melee? Pissed. Yeah, this is the thing right here that made me quit playing. That's understandable. We talk about this every time I play PoE 2. You made a system that people would gladly pay money and do pay money to skip. That's how universally hated it is. In Valley of the Titans, you unlocked the underground, but didn't go kill the boss in the underground. In the Boneyards, you did the side quest, not the main quest. You have to kill the Lich and the giant bone elephant. I ain't doing any of that. And nobody got time for that. Guilty's out here recommending things, I know. This spider. Filthy casuals.
Got him!
Guilty did a blurp thing. I heard it. I don't remember ever saying that. Oh, this bubble is nice. Another Twister, only to level Zookeeper, I guess. Yeah, I'm gonna play Twisters to unlock the Ascendancy to get Zookeeper. Correct. Amundo. Oh, we finished it. No, I didn't. There's one more. Character mode. This is the very, 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 very worst part of the game. Yeah, a lot of people don't like it. Decided against skeletons. I played 4 times today. Started over 4 times. Well, this is the 4th time. I kept playing skeletons over and over again. Not going well. So I was like, all right, I'll try Twisters. I just need something that could get me through Act 1 and 2 so that I could flip into companions. Aaron, it's time to embrace the bow. The bow. Yep. Yeah, you gotta wait. Fighting this big guy. I'm dead. It's so much fun. It's insane. Don't worry, you'll get to do it all over again. I'm not sure what to play in the new PoE 2 League. Got any suggestions? Do you want to play something new? Rage quit time? No, I was only going to stream 4 hours today and we're at 5. And the thought of doing that trial again, I'd literally rather never play the game ever again. So, yeah. Be careful with his AoE. Thanks. You know you're doing it again in 3 days. Yeah, it's different. It's different. Ugh. I relate so much to that. The Ascendancy is the worst mechanic in the history of ARPGs. I mean, if you had to create the most unfun. It doesn't matter. I'm not going into that rant. Programmer's Port. You're looking for a recommendation. If you want to play the new stuff, there's two new ascendancies, the Martial Artist and the Spirit Walker. Spirit Walker is going to allow you to tame bosses, and you're going to be able to have a cocaine bear. That's what I'm playing. Martial Artist, you're going to be able to do a lot of fun melee stuff if you're looking for the new things. But if you're newer to PoE 2, everything would be new to you. So you've got like a lot of options. A lot of options. In 3 days, it'll be the same build, and we'll be sassing you nonstop. Yeah, but in 3 days, I'm going to have to walk to the fence. Oh, brother. Look, I got little lights out there. Looks like there's a storm coming in. See that? I've already got everything set up. Clock. Blitzathon menu board. Fence. And Brow made a new song, which I'm only playing the first 10 seconds. Blurpathon. It's going to be fun. It has started. It hasn't started yet. Oh my gosh. Do we get a new intro video? I'm not. Everyone knows the Blurpathon. Blurpathon. Maybe there'll be a new intro video, maybe not. I'll tell you this, I have not filmed anything for the new intro video yet. But the song is done, menu board is done, clock is done and tested. All the scenes are set up, movie nights set up. All the family responsibilities as of Friday will be good. So yeah, it should be a lot of fun. It should be a lot of fun. Video confirmed. I didn't say that. Did you hire Morgan Freeman to narrate? Yes, yes, yes. Aaron and chat, how's everything? What's up, Frontier? Frontier, I'm just hitting 5 hours on today's stream. I'm calling it. I'm calling it. 3 days to go. Oh, Aaron's going Huntress. Surprise, surprise. The Minion King is back. Spidey, I'm only trying Huntress for you because you're a spider and I figured you'd like that. So I can't wait. Bunny's all excited. Morgan Beeman, that's right. It's all good, brother. I hope the stream went well. Stream was fun. We watched Tavern Talk. I started 4 characters. What? Yes, I started 4 characters. Just trying to figure out like what feels fun and smooth for the first 2 acts to basically unlock companions. I think I'm going to start again tomorrow. Aaron has watched the countdown all night. Oh, man. Wait, does this really say 2 days, 21 hours? Oh, brother. Blitzathon is only going to be 3 or 4 days, max 5, so it doesn't even matter. It's going to be a short little... It's going to be a short little stream. Why is Bunny laughing? Hope he found the right build and find crap. That's like a long time. Yeah, 3 or 4 days. Guys, I'm going to say this again. I just finished a 31-day subathon. This event is different. The clock will only go up for 2 days, and then it's locking. All right? Friday, the clock will go up. Saturday, the clock will go up. Sunday, it's locked. So unless something insane happens, you have made a grave mistake. It's not going to be 31 days again. I've taken away the power of the snipe, so it doesn't even matter. We can get 60 days in 2 days. insanity ensues. There's no way. I don't. It's like a pre-subathon amount of time. The real subathon is still to come. Drayden isn't coming, folks. Taking away powers. Yeah, right. How long will you stream each day? I plan on starting early on Friday. I know the patch doesn't drop till 2 p.m. I don't know. We could figure out something fun to do. But yeah, nevertheless, I am done for the day. Ugh, 4 characters started. 1 made it to Ascendancy in Act 2. And, who are you? Blizzard, what? How long will you be streaming each day? Just like last time. So my normal 12 to 16 hours a day. It's going to be brutal. But it's going to be so fun. That was like a pre-subathon amount of time. The real subathon is still to come. Get out of here. All right, everybody. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Thank you all for hanging out. If you need anything, a lot of the shenanigans for the Blitzathon will be in Discord. Here's the link if you want to join. There's also a giveaway active right now in Discord for an Action RPG hat. So if you want a chance to win some merch, all you got to do is join the Discord. I'm done. Hope you all have a fantastic day, and I'll see you tomorrow morning. All right, bye.